Hello, YouTube peoples. I am Insane Lane, and I am not horribly behind and struggling to get ready. It's been one of those days. But it looks like we got everything firing on all cylinders. I am wearing clothes. This is good. Let me just invite a few people and we'll get going. All right. So I was trying to remember what happened last week, and as always, I don't remember a thing, and that's usually because, well, nothing happened. But we'll see. Maybe this week something will happen. I have no idea, but we'll find out. So, last week we had, he went missing. Everyone gathered at his place for some weird reason that I still don't understand. Half the people there shouldn't have been there. And he somehow walked from the side of Mount St. Helens to downtown Seattle and nobody noticed. Because that would totally happen. Nobody would notice this guy walking in the woods, and also he was so far off his flight plan that nobody knew where he was. Transponders don't exist, cell phones don't exist, and I don't know, he was walking in 1910 or some shit because it makes no sense whatsoever. And then he just so casually strolls into his apartment like nothing happened and is very surprised that his whole family's there because we're supposed to go, oh, he's such a hurt puppy, he doesn't know his family loves him and cares about him and therefore would worry. I found this laughably stupid, but that's me. Then we had her responding to the proposal and revealing she'd already said yes before she met with the therapist, so he knew that she really meant it and it's supposed to be all romantic, except it's horribly not because it's cheap and lazy. Hello, Nightwolf! Ow! I forgot to get my picture warnings up. Frack! I knew I was forgetting something. I knew I was forgetting something. It's too good to be true. I knew I was flipping forgetting something. Frick. Because I was trying to remember because I got to set things on fire tonight. So I was getting water and a bowl and, lighter that works that I don't have right now. That's what else I wanted. I wanted to get a candle too because you have to flick my lighter about 100 times right now to get it to light. And I don't want to have to do that a billion times just to burn a couple pages when we get to the end. So there will be a lighter, or there will be a candle acquired at some point. Okay, I found it. Heed all warnings. This book is absurd. Oh, there's my big fat kitty. And I will have to pause briefly because Walmart screwed up my groceries that should have been delivered this morning. But no! Instead, they changed my order from delivery to pickup for some reason. We're unable to change it back. I can't pick it up. So I had to reorder that they are supposedly going to be delivering this evening, so I'll have to get up and throw things in the fridge. But that should only take a minute. Though I'm still waiting for them to cancel the order that has not been picked up. It was supposed to be picked up at 2 in the afternoon. It is 8 o'clock where I am. It still shows as waiting for pickup, which also means they haven't refunded my money yet either. And when I tried their so not helpful live chat, beyond useless. They said they literally have no ability to do anything with the grocery department at all. Because Walmart's one of those idiot companies that thinks they can put every department in a bubble that is self-contained and have them not able to interact with each other, and somehow this is going to work. This is one of those ideas that comes from trying to limit your corporate liability. The problem is you screw up your ability to get anything done. and turn into literally just the worst customer service ever. Like, but Walmart sucks in general. We all know this. All right, I think that's long enough. All rise for our national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
And there we have it. All right. Oh, I forgot to get Ralph out of the bag. Oh no! Duck overboard. What have I done? I started to, and then I got distracted by things. I am so sorry, Ralph. Okay, duck stage. Duck. All right. All is right with the universe. Duck acquired. Everyone say hello to Ralph, our current one and only duck. He is still looking for friends because I told myself that I will say this 3 times per live stream because other people said it's a good thing to do. Let me run down the tips and donations tier. I can confirm the Stream Elements is finally working. Took me a month to get it freaking working, but it is working. I had a friend test it, confirmed, working. I also did learn why it's probably so difficult for me to set that up, and that's because I'm in Canada, and I guess Stream Elements, their primary way of sending money, it's called like SE Live or something, whatever. You can't use it in Canada. They're not allowed to operate here. I don't know why. So it has to be set up completely differently, and that's probably where I was running into problems initially, but it is working now, can confirm. So, so hard. So, as usual, our suggested donations or tips if you really like this, and why wouldn't you? Why would you would be the answer. For $10, I will draw a random duck out of this bag of ducks, and whatever it is, you get to name it. That's why this is Ralph, because the person who drew him named him Ralph. I don't know what half the ducks are. I'm still avoiding looking at them and keeping them away from the cat. He's actively trying to steal the ducks. He's decided that they're edible. It's not good. For $25, I will put on these handcuffs, my personal favorite, for the remainder of the chapter and struggle valiantly because it makes me feel better. And y'all know I like it when there are marks in the morning. And if anyone is absolutely out of their mind or really drunk already and would like to donate $50, I will chug this glass of wine, which should be full, and I forgot to fill this up. We can fix this. I will not fill it to the top and chug it because they think I would die or vomit or both. But an appropriate amount, I will refill if necessary. This much I will chug. And I do mean chug, all in one go if possible, as long as I don't puke. So, everyone say goodbye to Ralph. He's going to go on the sidelines while we crack open the book. We're on the last 2 chapters. How did this happen? How did I forget to tag this as a grand finale? I always do that because it's loud and stupid and I like it. I'll fix it on the title later. But yes, this is the grand finale of 50 Shades Darker. I don't know how we got here so quickly. It seems to have just flown by, and yet at the same time, it's the longest book ever. The last one, of course, I only ever originally read about half of it, so at some point it will become completely blind, though it's fair to say it's blind from this point, because about the only thing I remember is the honeymoon, and then that's it. And I know I mostly remember the honeymoon from the movie, so I'm not even sure what it is in the book. Could be entirely wrong. Why is there always stuff on my face? Why is it always like when I have to go on camera, I get bit by something or I scratch myself? Ugh. I'm too scratchy with myself anyway. All right, do we have our writing crop in case the book is naughty? Yes, we do, okay? The writing crop is handy. Okay, here we go. We have extra pages to get through tonight because E.L. James can't keep an order. Oh, and I have gone through and been highlighting things I'm going to read on the official burn video. We are going to burn a few pages tonight. Yes, the kitty is going to be mad at me. The bathroom still smells like burnt book. It's like 3 weeks ago and it still smells. And he's still mad. He doesn't go in there currently. He's really mad. But kitty gonna have to get over it. But I do have a stainless steel bowl for safety and a whole thing of water so nothing will get out of hand. Safety first when playing with fire. Okay, here we go. Chapter 21. Christian pauses outside the playroom. You're sure about this? He asks, his gaze heated yet anxious. Yes, I murmur, smiling shyly at him. His eyes soften. Anything you don't want to do? I'm derailed by his unexpected question, and my mind goes into overdrive. One thought occurs. I don't want you to take photos of me. He stills, and his expression hardens as he cocks his head to one side and eyes me speculatively, not the time to use the word cocks. Oh shit. I think he's going to ask me why, but fortunately he doesn't. Seriously, men of the world, if a woman says don't take my picture, do you really need to ask why? Seriously. Okay, he murmurs. His brow furrows as he unlocks the door, then stands aside to usher me into the room. I feel his eyes on me as he follows me inside and closes the door. Are we starting off with a sex scene? Apparently we are. God. Placing the gift box on the chest of drawers, he takes out the iPod and switches it on, then waves at the music center on the wall so the smoked glass doors slide silently open. Where was this in the movie depiction of the playroom? I don't remember seeing a 6 sound system. That would have made it better. He presses some buttons and the sound of a subway train echoes around the room. What? He turns it down so that the slow, hypnotic, electronic beat that follows becomes ambient. A woman starts to sing. I don't know who she is, but her voice is soft yet rasping, and the beat is measured, deliberate, erotic. Okay, she's name dropped like every other artist and song in this book, and yet this song, which clearly she had an actual song in mind and just didn't name it, like, if anybody knows what this song is, out of curiosity, tell me. It's music to make love to. Oh, is this the Beyonce song that wound up in one of them? No, that was in the third one. Was that song That song wasn't made for the movies, was it? I thought it was, like, out already and the movies just bought it, but it might have been actually written for the movies, which would be kinda sad that anything was written for these. Oh, I am not tired. Christian turns to face me as I stand in the middle of the room, my heart pounding, my blood singing in my veins, pulsing or so it feels, in time to the music's seductive beat. He saunters casually over to me and tugs my chin so I'm no longer biting my lip. "What do you want to do, Anastasia?" he murmurs, planting a soft, chaste kiss at the corner of my mouth, his fingers still grasping my chin. "It's your birthday. Whatever you want," I whisper. "Never say this to a sadist." He traces his thumb along my lower lip, his brow creased once more. "Are we in here because you think I want to be in here?" His words are soft-spoken, but he regards me intently. "No," I whisper. "I want to be in here too." Since when? This is entirely against character. Like, seriously, her doing this is, she's said she's doing it for his birthday. She does not want to be in here. She is doing it because she feels like she has to, because it is what he wants, and she wants to give him what he wants. But trust me, this is not, this is the result of brainwashing. This is not, as I said, like, if I had to pick a time, a moment when she definitively has lost all free will and all ability to think or choose for herself, I think it's the time that she tried to stand up to him and he threatened to and then did put her over his shoulder on a public street and carry her when she said she didn't want to go with him, and then she proceeded to continue going with him. I think that was the moment, because that was probably her strongest moment of trying to stand up to him since they met, and him just not only blatantly ignoring her, but doing so publicly, and nobody noticed, and nobody whipped out their camera phone to film Christian Grey abducting a screaming woman in the middle of a major city, because that's reality. But yeah, I think that moment, that was the end of her having any autonomy left at all. Not that she had a whole hell of a lot to begin with. She really did not. I mean, the movie opens with her being pushed around by her roommate, followed by her being taken advantage of by Jose, followed by Christian Grey. So yeah, like, do we see any character that doesn't just constantly tell her what to do? Even her mother. I think Ray is the only character. So Mustache Dad from Twilight is the only character that doesn't constantly tell her what to do and give her really bad advice. His gaze darkens, growing bolder as he assesses my response. After what seems an eternity, he speaks. "Oh, there are so many possibilities, Miss Steele." His voice is low, excited. "But let's start with getting you naked." If he does pigtails again, I'm gonna puke. He pulls the sash of my robe so that it falls open, revealing my silk nightdress, then steps back and sits down nonchalantly on the arm of the Chesterfield couch. "Take your clothes off." Slowly. He gives me a sensual, challenging look. "Put on a show for me, baby." I'd be like, okay, start throwing some singles if you want me to fucking. Strippers get paid, darling. I swallow compulsively, pressing my thighs together. I'm already damp between my legs. When is this girl not horny? My inner goddess is stripped naked and standing in line, ready and waiting and begging me to play catch up. Standing in line for what? Is there more than one in her head? I pull the robe away from my shoulders, my eyes never leaving his, and shrug, letting it fall, billowing to the floor. His mesmerizing gray eyes heat, and he runs his index finger over his lips as he gazes at me. I can see immediately why this scene is not in the movies, because I'm willing to bet both actors refused to do it. Or if they actually filmed it, it looks so fucking ridiculous, nobody could keep a straight face. Slipping the spaghetti straps of my gown off my shoulders, I gaze at him for a beat, and then release them. The nightgown skims and ripples softly down my body, pooling at my feet. I'm naked and practically panting and oh so ready. Zero to fuck me in like 3 seconds. Christian pauses for a moment, and I marvel at the frankly carnal appreciation of his at the frankly carnal appreciation in his expression. This says to me that he's looking at her like she's a steak and he's a lion. And this is not a good thing, okay? There's a line on how to regard your woman as sexy versus piece of meat. This is going deeply into piece of meat territory. This is not where you want to be, fellas. This is not the good side of the line. If you're looking at her like something to consume or devour, you have gone too far. Look behind you. Head bone itch. Standing up, he makes his way over to the chest and picks up his silver gray tie. I'm working on getting another tie. A friend might help me. We'll see. Oh, I don't have this done up enough. Shoot. Why does nobody tell me I'm not decently dressed? I mean, I'm never decent, but I can at least get dressed. You know, I was switching my top as I was doing the intro, so that would be why. Why am I pulling? I'm pulling the wrong part of the tie. I'm pulling the wrong part of the tie. Just turned into Mads Mikkelsen for a second. There are worse things. I'll take it. I really want an autograph from him from the show. I really do. If I knew how to like, I always wonder like how do people go about getting like actors' autographs and stuff like through the mail, not like meeting them at a con. Because one of my uncles was a huge autograph collector for mainly for the show Coronation Street. He had these huge binders. He had like everyone who'd been on the show like in the entire history of the show. And had like multiples of like different people, the main people. He had like all their different pictures and they were all signed. He had like thousands and thousands. But yeah, I wonder how you would write in and be like, hey, I want like a signed photo of this person playing this character and you're the studio that owns it. I tried writing in to do just that, to get pictures of some of the cast of Charmed and the cast of Buffy. I'd found an address online and I wrote letters to 6 people and asking for pictures and telling them what I liked about their characters, and I mailed them, which at the time was really hard because I had no money. So getting the money to mail it was like took weeks. And so I was so like excited about it, and I waited weeks and weeks and weeks, and then they all came back as having a bad address on them and got returned and crushed me. I think I ripped them up and threw them out in a rage. Why am I looking on the wrong page? I'm not even drinking yet and I completely can't focus. My favorite tie. He pulls it through his fingers and as he turns and strolls casually towards me, the smile playing on his lips. When he stands in front of me, I expect him to ask for my hands, but he doesn't. Itchy, itchy, itchy. I think you're underdressed, Miss Steele, he murmurs. He places the tie around my neck and slowly but dexterously ties it in what I assume is a fine Windsor knot. Tying a tie on somebody else is hard. As he tightens the knot, his fingers brush the base of my throat and electricity shoots through me. He's going to turn this around and use his Alicia's name. He leaves the wide end of the tie long enough so the tip skims my pubic hair. How long is this tie? Even if I made this like incredibly long the other way, I don't think it's that long. How long are most ties? I think this is being exaggerated. You look mighty fine now, Miss Steele, because we're suddenly back in the 18 whatever. He says and bends to kiss me gently on the lips. It's a swift kiss and I want more. desire spiraling wantonly through my body. "What shall we do with you now?" he says. Then picking up the tie, he yanks sharply so that I'm forced forward into his arms. I told you. I knew it. I knew he was going to use it as a leash. And also, yanking on somebody's neck, even a little, is not a safe thing to do. There's a way, there's a way to do it in a scene. It's a steady, you just don't do jerky movements. Like, pull steadily, slowly. You don't yoink, because you can, even if it's small or a short distance, you can really screw somebody up doing that. Also, there's always a choking risk, especially with something like a tie that's basically a slip knot. His hands dive into my hair and pull my head back, and he really kisses me. Hard, his tongue unforgiving and merciless. One of his hands roams freely down my back to cup my behind. Why is he always pulling her hair? I hate it. When he pulls away, he's panting too and gazing down at me, his eyes molten gray. I'm left wanting, gasping for breath, my wits thoroughly scattered. I'm sure my lips will be swollen after his sensual assault. At least we're calling it sensual. At least this one I can say is consensual. I can't say that about other scenes. This one I can actually give a full stamp of consent. Turn around, he orders gently, and I obey. Pulling my hair free of the tie, he quickly braids it and secures it. He tugs the braid back so my head tilts up. Always with the pulling the hair. Couldn't just say look up or look at me or no. Has to pull her hair. Like, she's gonna have neck problems because of this guy, because he's always pulling her hair and yanking her by a leash. How do you explain that to a chiropractor? Please, somebody try. You have beautiful hair, Anastasia, that he only allows gay men to cut. He murmurs and kisses my throat, sending shivers running up and down my spine. You just have to say stop. You know that, don't you? He whispers against my throat. I nod, my eyes close, and relish his lips on mine. He turns me around once more and picks up the end of the tie. Come, he says, tugging gently, leading me over to the chest where the rest of the box's contents are on display. Anastasia, these objects. Oh, are we finally getting this scene? I'm not drunk enough for this. I need to be at least 2 glasses in. He holds up the butt plug. This is a size too big. As an anal virgin, you don't want to start with this. We want to start with this. He holds up his pinky finger and I gasp, shocked. Fingers? There? I'm not drunk enough for this! No! No! We cannot be starting with this! I refuse! No! How did this happen? Fuck! This is not okay! I am not drunk enough for this shit. Okay, don't freeze up on me. I'm just checking something. Ugh. What? Okay, Discord, I told you to shut up while I'm live. Seriously, I don't know what Windows did to their notifications, but now it's making noise and it's told deliberately not to make noise. Like, I have no sound on notifications turned on, and yet suddenly Discord updated and now it makes noise. And even though it's on Do Not Disturb right now, it's still making noise at me. Okay, I need some of this. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Okay. Hopefully that goes straight to my head. Probably not, because I actually ate dinner. Why is like half my black eye makeup gone like instantly? What happened? I'm blaming the puppy. There we go. And I'm knocking everything over. Yay. Yeah, what's all over my desk? I need to clean my desk so bad. I'm okay. I know I still have that like chesty, croupy kind of cough. I swear, I think I caught COVID when I went out to my bank like a month ago, and I think I've had long COVID for a while because I've had like chesty feelings, and until like 3 days ago, I had no appetite for like a month. Finally have my appetite back. I ate like a freaking pig like yesterday when like probably the whole 2 weeks before I was eating like maybe once every other day and not like for financial reasons because I genuinely wasn't hungry. So at least I have my appetite back, and the chesty it's going away. It is slowly going away, but very slowly. And yeah, I've noticed when I cough, it reminds me of my cousin when we were little because she had that constant like bronchitis seal bark cough, even when she wasn't sick. If she coughed, it sounded like hell, and you really looked at her and went like, how did that big of a noise come out of such a tiny tiny child? It was one of those. You could hear her for a mile, and it sounded horrible every time. Like she sounded like she was dying. But yeah, she had that really like bronchitis-y cough like her whole childhood. Just never stopped, poor thing. Though it didn't help that her mother was one of those idiots that on the rare occasion she would actually take her kids to the doctor when they had like strep or something, because we all had strep constantly growing up, all of us, or tonsillitis or whatever. Her mom would like only give her kids antibiotics for like 3 days, and then she's like, well, they're feeling better, so they don't need it anymore. So there would always be like 20 half-finished bottles of the banana medicine in their fridge. We used to sneak in and like eat spoonfuls of it because it tasted really good. It was like banana pudding, especially if it's like old and really thick. I'm sure this is a terrible thing to do as a child. Don't do this, kids. But we did. We didn't know. We didn't know what the fuck antibiotics are. It looks like banana pudding and it tastes good, okay? I'm sure that was a very bad thing to be doing. Oh, the stupid shit you do as a kid. We once had a contest. My aunt had been defrosting a turkey, so there was a sink full of ice cold water. It actually had ice chunks in it. And we dared each other to stick our arm in and see who could last the longest. One of those stupid ass kid things. I think she tapped out. By the way, we did this and then we're not keeping time at all because it was just who could last longest. I outlasted her. I think she probably lasted like a minute and a half. And then I left my arm in for like 20 minutes. We were like 5, so no concept of like hypothermia or frostbite. And my aunt walked in and caught us. I remember she pulled me out like in a panic, and my arm was like so white compared to the rest of my body. And I didn't understand what the big deal was, but she was freaking out. She was like, how long have you been doing that? We're 4 and 5. Time is not a concept. The only time we know is bedtime. One of the few times I actually saw her freak out at something we did. We didn't do bad stuff that often. Well, we definitely did, but we didn't get caught a lot. He smirks at me, and then the unpleasant thought of the anal fisting mentioned in the contract comes to mind. There's a big difference, lady. Just finger, singular, he says softly with an uncanny ability he has to read my mind. It's because you implanted a chip in her brain. If this was a sci-fi book, that would be the answer, that he literally is reading her thoughts. My eyes start to his. How does he do that? Because he's been through this with other submissives before. He has a script, darling. You're just like the latest incarnation. I promise you, we already know he buys the same car and the same hairdresser, the same jewelry, the same lingerie, same clothes for all of his subs. He has it literally down to a science. He has a preloaded sub package that he just clicks activate on and everything gets done because he wants them all the same, because he's literally fashioning them into somebody else that he can be attracted to. It is not about those women. And with Anastasia, he just saw somebody who was so lacking any personality of her own That he knew he could completely eradicate what little was there and turn her into his perfect submissive. It's the Svengali thing. It's Nadia Comanece's coach, whatever the fuck his name is. He can burn in hell. But that's what it is. I got a blank space baby. And he is writing his name. These clamps are vicious. He prods the nipple clamps. We'll use these. He places a different pair of clamps on the chest. They look like giant black hairpins with little jet jewels hanging down. I have those! I don't have them here. They're in a... Oh, they're packed away. I can't get to them. But I know exactly what those are. Yeah, I have those. Mine have little fuchsia bells on them. I think I have like 5 or 6 sets of those. They're the most basic of things. I've been given so many of them. Some of them are adjustable. They're adjustable, Christian Hermit. Yeah, they are. His voice laced with gentle concern. Do not be concerned. These are the most like benign. I blink up at him, wide-eyed. Christian, my sexual mentor. You should not be saying this about the person you're going to marry. He knows so much more about all this than I do. I'll never catch up. You don't want to catch up. This is the point. Okay, does she want to be his kinky slut or not? Because she's gone from being hardcore against all of this, absolutely not, you will never do that to me again, to now, oh, I'm curious about it and I kind of want to learn about it, to now she's like, oh, I should know as much as he knows and I want to know everything that he knows and all the toys and be able to do all the things. But he's been doing it for like 15 years, so I'll never catch up. Ugh. Like, because it's all him. Everything that she is saying is his words right now. Like, she's not Anastasia anymore. She's like female Christian Grey in training. I blink up at him, wide-eyed. Christian, my sexual mentor. He knows so much more than I do, blah, blah. I'll never catch up, I frown. He knows more about most things. Except cooking. Yeah, he is also, reminder, he is like 10 years older than her. Not that I have a problem with this or there's anything wrong with it, but there are times where it is an issue, and this would be one of them. You know, not so much the years, but the difference in life experience. Clear? He asks. Yes, I whisper, my mouth dry. Are you going to tell me what you intend to do? No, I'm making this up as I go along. This isn't a scene, Anna. Yes, it is, you dumbass. The fact that it's impromptu or you're making it up as you go along doesn't make it not a scene. Just because most scenes are pre-planned, pre-discussed, doesn't mean this is not a scene. This is a scene. You are in the room. You are giving orders. There's, toys and paraphernalia being used. There's subcode of like say stop and traffic lights going on. This is a scene, dude. And he should know that. How should I behave? His brow creases. However you want to. Except when he's giving her orders, then she should do what she's told, right, dude? If I were her, I'd tell him to get on his knees and, like, blow me good, just to see his face. Oh, were you expecting my alter ego, Anastasia? Yes, his tone vaguely mocking and bemused at once. I blink at him. Well, yes. I like him, I murmur. Again, since when, you dumbass? Because no, you don't. That's the guy you were afraid of and ran away from. No, you don't. Like his sadistic, I want to beat brown-haired girls because I hate my dead mother side. That is the thing that has made you run every time. He smiles his private smile and reaches up to run his thumb down my cheek. Do you now? He breathes and runs his thumb across my lower lip. I'm your lover, Anastasia, not your dom. I love to hear your laugh and your girlish giggle. I like you relaxed and happy, like you are in Jose's photos. That's the girl that fell into my office. That's the girl I fell in love with. No, it's not. That's the girl you were making fun of and just wanted to amuse yourself by fucking until she turned into a real person. Sort of. My mouth drops open and a welcome warmth blooms in my heart. It's joy. Pure joy. Honey, if you were fallen for any of this, he is so full of it right now. But having said all that, I also do like to do rude things to you, Miss Steele. And my alter ego knows a trick or two. So do as you're told and turn around. See? 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 Not do whatever you want, act however you want. Do what I'm telling you to do. Behind me, he opens one of the drawers, and a moment later, he's in front of me again. Come, he orders, and tugs on the tie, leading me to the table. As we walk past the couch, I notice for the first time that all the canes have vanished. It distracts me. Were they there yesterday when I came in? I don't remember. Did Christian move them? Mrs. Jones? Christian interrupts my train of thought. I'm pretty sure the housekeeper doesn't have permission to go in this room. I want you to kneel up on this, he says when we're at the table. Oh, okay. What does he have in mind? Yeah, of all the things you could have her kneel on, the table is going to be the hardest on the knees. Like, dude, have some consideration. Put a pillow on it. My inner goddess can't wait to find out. She's already scissor kicked onto the table and is watching him with adoration. What is scissor kicked onto the table? Do I want to know? I mean, I know what scissoring is, but that requires two women. He gently lifts me onto the table, and I fold my legs beneath me and kneel in front of him, surprised by my own grace. We are eye to eye. How low is this table, then? He runs his hands down my thighs, grasps my knees, and pulls my legs apart and stands directly in front of me. He looks very serious, his eyes darker, hooded, lustful. Arms behind your back. I'm going to cuff you. He produces some leather cuffs from his back pocket and reaches around me. Do you know how hard it would be to put leather cuffs in the back pocket of your jeans? This is it. Where is he going to take me this time? His proximity is intoxicating. This man is going to be my husband. Can one lust after one's husband like this? Yes. I don't remember reading about that anywhere. You've read about how married women feel about their husbands, have you? Was it in a book that had the word Harlequin on the cover? And no, I don't mean Harley Quinn. I mean Harlequin, like the one my grandmother said was trash, and she was right. They're fun, though. They're stupid, but they're fun. There's one Harlequin romance book that I would like to find that I've never been able to find. I've Googled it billion ways from Sunday. I remember like certain details and what it's called. The problem is the title's so generic. Can even picture what the cover looked like. Why I want to find this, don't ask, because I'll never tell anyone, but I've been looking for it for like 25 years or so. I'll never find it. I can't resist him, and I run my parted lips along his jaw, feeling the stubble, a heady combination of prickly and soft under my tongue. He stills and closes his eyes, his breathing falters as he pulls back. Stop, or this will be over far quicker than either of us wants. See, he has no control. He has no control. He has no self-control, okay? If he had self-control, then just like her kissing his jaw shouldn't be about to make him fucking explode in his pants. You know, he's still just an immature, horny kid, which would be the biggest turnoff in the world. For a moment, I think he might be angry, and then he smiles, and his heated eyes are alight with amusement. Yeah, because it's her fault he's a premature ejaculator. That's entirely her fault that he can't, like, fucking hold back from orgasming all over her. Yeah, right. And he has like the self-control of an ant. And I know it's supposed to be, oh, well, she just gets him so hot he just can't freaking help himself. Where have I heard this argument before? Am I now? He says dryly. I nod. Well, don't distract me, or I'll gag you. I like distracting you, I whisper, looking mulishly at him, and he cocks his eyebrow at me. Or spank you. Oh, I try to hide my smile. There was a time not very long ago when I would have been subdued by this threat. I would never have had the nerve to kiss him, unbidden, while he was in this room. I realize now I'm no longer intimidated by him. Yes, you are. You are lying. You literally just said This is so dumb. It's a revelation. I grin mischievously and he smirks at me. Behave, he growls and stands back, gazing at me and slaps the leather cuff across his palm. And the warning is there, implicit in his actions. I try for contrite and I think I succeed. He approaches me again. This is his not a scene. This is his not a scene and him not being in Dom mode, and yet that's all he's doing. This is what he does. He constantly says, I'm not doing this thing while doing the thing. That's why it works. But yeah, total proof that she is just his fuck doll puppet at this point. That's better, he breathes and leans behind me once more with the cuffs. I resist touching him, but inhale his glorious Christian scent. I just need to make a perfume called Christian. It'll smell like, I don't know, but like sweat and money. Still fresh from last night's shower. How is that possible? I should bottle this. Don't give them ideas. I expect him to cuff my wrists, but he attaches each cuff above my elbow. It makes me arch my back, pushing my breasts forward. Though my elbows are by no means together. When he's finished, he stands back to admire. Feel okay? He asks. It's not the most comfortable of positions, but I'm so wired with anticipation to see where he's going with this that I nod, weak with wanting. Good. He pulls the mask from his back pocket. I think you've seen enough now, he murmurs. He slides the mask over my head, covering my eyes. My breathing spikes. Wow. Why is not being able to see so erotic? For some, I'm sure. For me, I'll kill you, but that's me. And also, blindfolding without permission. That would be a no. Even if you are in a scene, even if you are in a relationship, it is something which, according to my rules of BDSM, you always ask for consent. Now, whether you want to do that before a scene starts and say, is it okay to use blindfolds in this scene? That's how I usually do it. Then fine, you don't have to ask in the moment because you asked beforehand, but you ask. Whereas he's always acted like he has carte blanche with her. I'm totally wiping that off myself, aren't I? I have to be. Okay, we're going to leave it alone. Holy shit. How did I not notice this chapter is another 20 pages? Like, we are over on page count tonight, but I didn't think it was that bad. Okay, yeah. This chapter's 30 pages. The last one's only like 12, though. Or, no, is it? Hold on. I did check this. Yeah. Yeah, the last chapter is about little more than 12. Is it 20? It's 20 pages as well. So we've already read 10 pages. We've got 40 more. It's going to be a long night. I'm trying to get through this. Yes, we got to get to the end and burn some stuff. And then next week, let's start the new one. Though, please join me for my Halloween live stream playing Until Dawn. I am going to get the game for PC and play it. Oh, Ralph is a little too off screen. Let's just move him over a little bit. There we go. There we go. Now we've got Ralph. See, I said I'd find a way to get the ducks on screen. It's not a good way, but it'll do for now. I'm here, trussed up and kneeling on a table, waiting, sweet anticipation, hot and heavy, deep in my belly. I can still hear, though. The melodic, steady beat of the track continues. It resonates through my body. I hadn't noticed before. He must have it on repeat. Christian steps away. What is he doing? He moves back to the chest and opens a drawer, then closes it again. A moment later, he's back, and I sense him in front of me. There's a pungent, rich, musky scent in the air. It's delicious, almost mouth-watering. Ew. You don't have to do it right now. Are you even up that far? Because last time I checked, like the 4th episode is the last one with any views on it. It does help to watch a series in order. I'm just saying. I know I do spoilers for the whole season, but it makes a lot more sense if you go in order. And the final episode, the final review for season 1, episode 10 of Handmaid's Tale, the episode Night, will be going up immediately after book club. It's clearing right now. I've got it set. All I have to do is click, and it will go up after book club. And that's the end of my Handmaid's Tale pre-recordings. That's all. I only did the first season back then, so yes, I will be jumping in. All winter pretty much. I'm going to be covering seasons 2, 3, 4, and 5, leading up to the last season, season 6, which is coming out at some point. As far as I know, it doesn't have a release date yet. It is currently in production, as far as I'm aware. So it shouldn't be too long, probably early next year. I'm very sad that it's the final season. It was written to be 10 seasons, but between COVID and some other things, they were never going to get there. So I hope the final season's worth it. I hope it's worth it. Because the fifth season, I had some disappointing moments. I will say probably second and third season, I would say, are the strongest so far. Every season is incredibly strong. Like, don't get me wrong. This is one of the strongest shows I've ever seen in my life. I put this up there with, like, in terms of shows that are just a powerhouse every time. You know, West Wing, Succession, Empire, Game of Thrones. Yeah, that is it. The Handmaid's Tale is up there with those for power and for delivering just flawlessly with every episode. And so yeah, it maintains the quality. It just you can't have everything. Is all it is. And there are a couple characters that don't really work for me that I think they overextended, but I also understand why they did that, and that there are other people who quite like those characters. Whereas I have my own reasons that I don't. Primarily Luke and Nick. I don't mind them keeping Luke. I just wish they did something with him. And Nick, I do wish they had written Nick out at that minor spoiler. He survives the end of the, not that he's in jeopardy or anything. It's not really a spoiler, but he continues in the series, which I was surprised by. Which again, they do make good use of him for a while. I can say Nick is more useful than Luke, but both characters were just really shoehorned in more than they should have been at times. There's times where they definitely belong there, and I very much liked them. Especially in later seasons, Luke grows on you in later seasons. There are some episodes where I genuinely liked him, and I liked what they were able to show and represent with his character. Well, they're going up fast because I recorded them like 7 years ago. So they're already done. I just have to throw them up and add tags. But you have been a very loyal viewer to me, and you're very sweet. You're much too sweet. But thank you for the views and for clicking like. It makes me smile. But yeah, I've been throwing up all my video reviews and Handmaid's Tale, and past live streams will be going up over the weekend too. I do have those uploaded. I just have to fill them in, and I just haven't done it yet. Then I've got about 2,000 gaming videos to restore. Guess what? They're not going to have descriptions. You'll be lucky if they have titles. I used to have it all written down too. I had all of it written down so I could copy paste, and then I lost it. I don't want to ruin my favorite tie, he murmurs. It slowly unravels as he undoes it. Did she pull a thread and unravel the whole tie? I inhale sharply as the trail of the tie travels up my body, tickling me in its wake. Ruin his tie? I listen acutely to determine what he's going to do. He's rubbing his hands together. His knuckles suddenly brush over my cheek, down to my jaw, following my jawline. My body leaps to attention as his touch sends a delicious shiver through me. His hand flexes over my neck, and it's slick with sweet-smelling oil, so his hand glides smoothly down my throat. I have it on Do Not Disturb, and it's still making noise. Did that come through? He places his other hand on my shoulder and begins another slow, teasing journey across my clavicle. I groan softly as he works his way down towards my increasingly aching breasts, aching for his touch. It's tantalizing. I arch my body further into his deft touch, but his hands glide to my sides. Slow, measured, in time to the beat of the music, and studiously avoid my breasts. I groan, but I don't know if it's from pleasure or frustration. "You're so beautiful, Anna," he murmurs, his voice low and husky, his mouth next to my ear. His nose follows along my jaw as he continues to massage me. Beneath my breasts, across my belly, down. He kisses me fleetingly on the lips, and then he runs his nose down my neck, my throat. Holy cow, I'm on fire. How fitting would it be if he actually set her on fire? His nearness, his hands, his words, and soon you'll be my wife to have and to hold, he whispers. Oh my. Excuse me. Oh my. To love and to cherish. Geez, with my body, I will worship you. I know that's quoting something, but I can't remember what. I tip my head back and moan. His fingers run through my pubic hair, over my sex, and he rubs the palm. I'm gonna turn that off. That's gonna annoy me all night. Okay, settings. And it better listen. Discord doesn't always listen about shutting up. Alright, where's notifications? There it is. Enable desktop notifications. Denied until you learn how to shut up. Which, seriously, I have... It even says, even on my Discord settings, it says do not play the sound. Dumbass. You know what I think it is? They changed the sound to, it's a different sound now, and it's listed as Halloween. So I think they updated the sound effect for notifications, and it has, by default, enabled them for everybody, even if it's marked as being disabled. I think that appears to be what they've done. So they're having their own. Notifications aren't working. Okay, so for you they're not working. For me, they're working when they shouldn't be, and I'm getting a weird sound. Yeah, sounds like a Discord update, and I did update it today, so and it's only been doing it since then. Oh, you mean notifications on YouTube? Yeah, they're like that. Well, my channel has like 16 subscribers, so I'm sure they don't care. But that does suck because I do like always make sure that I send notifications and like tell it to send notifications. But I also know I have channels I've been subscribed to for years and I have notifications turned to all, and then I find videos that they posted like 3 days ago that I didn't get notified of. So YouTube is not great with notifications in general. I mean, how many times has like already gone live and it sends out the notification after like 35 minutes? It's like, gee, I would have liked to have been here earlier, but I didn't know. I am not stuffed up right now because that's not happening because I refuse to let it happen. And I control the universe. I tip my head back and moan. His fingers and blah, blah, blah. Mrs. Gray, he whispers as his palm works against me. By the way, rubbing scented oil of some kind into the vagina Bad idea! Very bad idea! I groan. Yes, he breathes as his palm continues to tease me. Open your mouth. My mouth is already open from panting. I open wider, and he slips a large, cool metal object between my lips, shaped like an oversized baby pacifier. This is a butt plug. Which, yeah, I know exactly that one. I have that one. It's still a cat toy, by the way. I think it's under the couch. It has small grooves or carvings and feels like a chain at the end. It's big. Suck, he commands softly. I'm going to put this inside you. Inside me? Where inside me? My heart lurches into my mouth. Suck, he repeats, and he stops palming me. Like she's the thing that fits in his pocket. It's gross. No, don't stop. I want to shout, but my mouth is full. His oiled hands glide back up my body, and he finally cups my neglected breasts. Don't stop sucking. So she's literally just holding what is described as a metal baby pacifier in her mouth and sucking it while he's fondling her breasts. Okay, even Oedipus is like telling Christian he needs help. I say we rename it the Christian Grey disorder. Or the Christian Grey complex, because he definitely has it in spades. You have such beautiful breasts, Anastasia, he murmurs, and my nipples harden further in response. He murmurs his approval when I moan. His lips move down from my neck towards one breast, trailing soft bites and sucks over and over, down towards my nipple, and suddenly I feel the pinch of the clamp. Ah! I garble my groans through the device in my mouth. Holy cow! The feeling is exquisite. Raw, painful, pleasurable. Oh, the pinch. Seriously, these are rubber covered ones that barely fucking squeeze. They don't feel like that much. This is not an appropriate level of response. Like unless the oil contained like MDMA and so she's rolling on Molly right now. That would explain a lot. Like I do maintain that he's freaking slipping her roofies like 24/7. I really do. Like, what's that episode of Buffy with the I think his name is Ted. Spoilers. He's he's dating Buffy's mom Joyce, and so Buffy hates him, but the rest of the gang kind of like come around. They're like, "Oh, he's not so bad. He's such a great guy." He's always giving them cookies, and then they discover the cookies are dosed with like low level ecstasy LSD just to make everyone like more amenable and like compliant around this guy and like him because he's secretly a huge creep. And Buffy doesn't eat the cookies because she thinks he's a huge creep dating her mom, and so she's the only one who sees him as evil. And then, of course, he's revealed to be a murderer and a robot. It really is. It really is. It's falling apart. They haven't maintained their infrastructure. They haven't like kept up with technology. They can't run their own like platforms half the time anymore. Gently, he labs the restrained nipple with his tongue, and as he does so, applies the other. The bite of the second clamp is equally harsh, but it's just as good. I groan loudly. Feel it, he whispers. Oh, I do. I do. I do. So this is E.L. James. I'm sure in her head she was absolutely getting off on her own so-called creativity at putting together this like kinky wedding ceremony. Like, you can have an actual BDSM themed wedding. You can have a kinky wedding in public. Maybe don't invite your grandmother, but people do it. You know, people get married at Taco Bell. People propose with fucking sauce packets. Which, I'm sorry, if you did that to me, I would open it, squirt it in your face, and tell you I never wanted to see you again. Give me this. He tugs gently on the ornate metal pacifier in my mouth. Stop calling it that! Why is everything E.L. James Wright has a weird undertone of infantilism? Because certainly in the other two books, in The Mr. and the Mrs., dear God, was she infantilized. It was so bad I literally had a tracker for it. I think it got up to over 100 times where she's blatantly treated like a child or a baby, including literally being picked up and carried. Though the doctor and him taking photos of her with blatantly without her consent of her body is still like one of the grossest things I've ever read. And that includes some of the things in this. That scene manages to be gross on a whole other level. Like, I don't know why. Like, I do know why, but yeah, that scene just, wow. But yeah, that's probably one of the creepiest scenes I've ever read in my life. But, like, it's bad on a different level. But stop it with the. Stop calling this a metal pacifier. Ugh. Ugh. You know, I need to wash that out of my mouth. Okay. I release it. His hands once more trail down my body towards my sex. He's re-oiled his hands. They glide around to my backside. I gasp. What's he going to do? I tense up on my knees as he runs his fingers between my buttocks. I'm not drunk enough for this. Hush. Easy. He breathes close to my ear and kisses my neck as his fingers stroke and tease me. So he's talking to her like she's a horse now. Keep my place. Okay, this should not be that empty yet. What's he going to do? His other hand glides down my belly to my sex, palming me once more. Again, don't put oil in the vagina. This is a bad idea. This is how you get infections. Also, that shit can burn down there. Like, be warned. Like, it's not always a good idea. Your body can react to things. You know, it's like you ever see the videos with the raw ginger in people's butts? You know, kind of want to try that, but also not. When I say I want to try that, I mean I want to do it to someone, not have it done to me. Big difference. But that's me being a sadist. He uses his fingers inside me, and I moan loudly, appreciatively. This is a terrible idea. I'm going to put this inside you, he murmurs. Not here. His fingers trail between my buttocks, spreading oil. But here. So, yes, he's going to put a butt plug in her ass. This is obviously left out of the movies because they probably never would have gotten within a million years of the censors if they had put it in. But, you know, I forgot that I guess in the book they do anal. Like, not that we didn't know this was coming. We knew this was coming because he's been pushing for it from the beginning. So it's going to happen. But he literally just got finished telling her that he was only going to use a finger on her because she's an anal virgin. And now he's like got a metal butt plug ready to go. And again, this is like the smallest size. This is the starter thing. No, it doesn't hurt. And it'll be perfectly fine for an anal virgin. That's perfectly fine. But again, the gaslighting, the lying, the the bait and switch, that's what drives me fucking crazy. He moves his fingers around and around, in and out, hitting the front wall of my vagina. So he's got really long fingers if he's fingering her that deep. Christ. I moan and my restrained nipples swell. No, they don't. Ah, hush now. Christian removes his fingers and slides the object into me. He cups his face and kisses me, his mouth invading mine. I hear a very faint click. Instantly, the plug inside me starts to vibrate. Down there. Okay, I'm not even sure where he put this in her. Because he said he's going to put it in her, not here, as he's fingering her vagina, and he's been lubing up her butt. But then apparently it just pops in, which is certainly not going to do in her ass for the first time. So I'm assuming he put it in her vagina, and apparently it's a vibrator that we need to be told is down there. Like, are you fucking... Where the hell else is it gonna be? At least he didn't turn it on when it was in her mouth and break all her teeth, right? I gasp. The feeling is extraordinary. You can't feel that shit, bitch. This thing is way too tiny to be felt. This is why vibrators suck. They're fucking a waste of money. They rarely work. As soon as you actually put the thing in, the only thing that vibrates or rotates is the handle that's not inside you. Because they need direction of force and they don't have it. That's why you have to put a metal plate under a jack so it doesn't go into the road. Beyond anything I've felt before. Ah, so you're still using AH to mean pain and pleasure. Just take your pick. Just whichever one whichever. That's why you can recut this as a horror story so easily. Easy. Christian calms me. Again, he's treating her like a fucking horse. That's driving me nuts. Stifling my gas with his mouth, his hands move down and tug very gently on the clamps. I cry out loudly. Christian, please. Hush, baby. Hang in there. Stop telling her to fucking hush. I hate this. This is all too much. All this overstimulation everywhere. Definitely Molly. My body starts to climb. On my knees, I'm unable to control the buildup. Oh my, will I be able to handle this? Handle what? I'd be so bored if somebody was doing this to me. I'd just be bored out of my mind, and I would not. I'd be like maybe 10% aroused, but that's it. This is just. And again, in the right hands, I could get off on some of this, but not this. Oh, that's my phone. Hold on. I gotta go on mute. Okay, the dog is about to go off because there's about to be groceries delivered to the door that I am going to have to run and put in the fridge in about 5 to 10 minutes. But apparently Walmart, after screwing up my whole day and making me wait till now to get groceries, and then they didn't even send half of what I got, and they overcharged me, so I have to argue with them to get my money back. They didn't give the driver my buzzer number or my apartment, so he was calling from the lobby to say like where am I supposed to leave your stuff? Even though obviously that I put my complete address. Poor guy. I always feel bad when they don't give delivery people like correct information. Though you'd be amazed, I'm on the 20th floor, so my apartment number starts with 20 and then 0 and then the number of the apartment. You'd be amazed how many people go to the second floor. I've had that happen so many times where people are like, I'm on your floor. Which apartment are you? The people at that number say they're not you. And I'm like, what floor are you on? 2? Like, yeah, I'm on 20. So yeah, the dog is about to go off. But we'll read a few more pages before I get up. There's nothing that's gonna like go insane in the hallway. There's gonna be nobody around this time of night. And we're not even close to the end of the chapter. Jesus, what did I sign up for? But yeah, let's get through the sex scene, then I'll get up and I'll make some food. You might get to see me eat on a live stream, and no, I don't apologize. I know some people think it's rude. I don't care. I've barely eaten today because groceries didn't show up. I need to fucking eat, especially if I'm drinking. So I might have a snack. Did I get anything snackable? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. I'll make something. But I'm getting through this sex scene first so that I don't vomit looking at food. Good girl, he soothes. Christian, I pant, sounding desperate even to my own ears. Hush. Feel it, Anna. Don't be afraid. His hands are now on my waist, holding me, but I can't concentrate on his hands. See, there's my buzzer. Why did that take so long? Stuff on my screen. Don't like it when my screen's dirty. Makes it hard to game. I can't concentrate on his hands. What's inside me, and the clamps too. My body is building to an explosion, with the relentless vibrations and the sweet, sweet torture of my nipples. Holy hell, it will be too intense. His hands move from my hips down and around, slick and oiled, touching, feeling, kneading my skin, kneading my behind. So beautiful, he murmurs, and suddenly he gently pushes an anointed finger inside me. There. I can't handle her use of the word anointed like he's the fucking Pope fingering her. Ugh. See, this is why I need to do a mukbang stream and charge $1 per bite. The dumbest thing. I'd starve. No, eating on a live stream is vulgar. Unless it is a mukbang, I make the exception for that. And I would totally do that if I ever got anybody to actually sponsor it and pay for the food. I would totally do that. God, mukbang fried rice Chinese. Oh my god, I could eat 4 bowls of that at least. It'd be so good. No, I'll eat something at midnight, 1 in the morning, whenever this finishes. Probably tonight we're looking at 1 in the morning, so I'll make something after that before I go to bed. Puppy, I know you're on my leg. Run to the door and bark at things. You have permission. He knows the sound of the buzzer, so he knows somebody is coming. So he's all like, come on, we have to go to the door. There's going to be people. I'm not letting you out. Because this time of night, he'll bark and wake up half the building. So beautiful, he murmurs there. Into my backside. Fuck. It feels alien. Full. Forbidden. But oh, so good. And he moves slowly, easing in and out, while his teeth graze my upturned chin. Ew! So beautiful, Hannah. I'm suspended, high above a wide, wide ravine, and I'm soaring and then falling giddily at the same time, plunging to the earth. I can hold on no more, and I scream as my body convulses and climaxes at the overwhelming fullness. From one finger in her ass, she goes right into subspace, because, again, that's what Neil James keeps describing here as a phenomenon known as subspace, which is basically the brain disconnecting from the body and going on an endorphin trip. It is a psychological state, it is a state of psychosis, and it is something people can be driven to, but usually in a bad way. Whereas doing it in a sexy way, while certainly achievable, is not going to randomly happen. And what this effectively translates to is that she is so overstimulated by the sexual things that he is doing to her body, because, like, until 5 weeks ago, she was a literal virgin and had never been touched, had no concept of sex, knew nothing about any of this, but she's so overwhelmed mentally and physically, mostly mentally, that her brain is disconnecting from reality and causing her to have a form of extreme dissociation and borderline psychotic, well, not psychotic in the mean way, but like psychotic break, because that's just the term for it. I'm sorry, it is. It's overwhelmed her higher functions and pushed her into, like, an altered state of consciousness where she lacks awareness, self-control, or awareness of her surroundings. Like, he's literally causing, like, most people, this is when they get, like, put on a 3-day hold or 5150 or Baker Acted or whatever it's called where you are. That is what happens to most people when they're in this kind of a mental breakdown. Whereas here, it's meant to be a cultivated sexual response. Matt, the author's an idiot who glorifies abuse, so this is right in line. As my body explodes, I'm nothing but sensation everywhere. Christian releases first one, then the other clamp, causing my nipples to sing with a surge of sweet, sweet, painful feeling. And it's oh so good, and causing my orgasm. This orgasm to go on and on. His finger stays where it is, gently easing in and out. Arg! I cry out, and Christian wraps himself around me, holding me, as my body continues to pulse mercilessly inside. No, I shout again, pleading, and this time he tugs the vibrator out of me, and his finger too, as my body continues to convulse. What was she shouting no at? Do we know? Was that supposed to be yes, and she got confused? He unstraps one of the cuffs so my arms fall forward. My head lolls on his shoulder, and I'm lost to all this overwhelming sensation. I'm all shattered breath, exhausted desire, and sweet, welcome oblivion. This whole scene has taken like 4 minutes, and it's taken me an hour and a half to read it. Vaguely, I'm aware that Christian lifts me, carries me over to the bed, and lays me down on cool satin sheets. After a moment, his hands, still oiled, gently rub the backs of my thighs. By the way, if he has oil on his hands and he's touching satin sheets, those sheets are ruined. I mean, I know he's rich and he doesn't care, but those sheets are ruined. Gently rub the back of my thighs, my knees, my calves, and my shoulders. I feel the bed dip as he stretches out beside me. He pulls the mask off, but I don't have the energy to open my eyes. Finding my braid, he undoes the hair tie and leans forward, kissing me softly on the lips. Only my erratic breathing disturbs the silence in this room, and steadies as I float back to earth. The music has stopped. So beautiful, he murmurs. When I persuade one eye to open, he's gazing down at me, smiling softly. Hi, he says. I manage a grunt in response, and his smile broadens. Rude enough for you? What was rude about that? I don't understand. I nod and give him a reluctant grin. Geez, any ruder and I'd have to spank the pair of us. Stop it. I think you're trying to kill me, I mutter. Okay, the hay I could make out of that. Because, yes, I agree, he is going to kill her. The proper ending to this book right now is that he pulls a harpy knife from his back pocket, slits her throat, drinks her blood, and then buries her with the rest of the subs. That is how this book should end in the next 20 pages. Death by orgasm, he smirks. Puppy's informing me there's groceries in the hallway that I should be getting so that he can, hopefully eat them all, even though that's not going to happen. He still holds out hope because puppy. There are worse ways to go, he says, and then frowns ever so slightly as the unpleasant thought creases his mind. It distracts me. I reach up to caress his face. You can kill me like this any time, I whisper. See, she gave him permission for murder, and I'm sure he's taping everything in this room, so there you go. I notice that he's gloriously naked and ready for action. When is he not? When he takes my hand and kisses my knuckles, I lean up and capture his face between my hands and pull his mouth to mine. He kisses me briefly, then stops. This is what I want to do, he murmurs and reaches beneath his pillow for the music center remote. He presses a button and the soft strains of a guitar echo around the room. I want to make love to you, he says, gazing down at me, his gray eyes burning with bright, loving sincerity. Softly, in the background, a familiar voice starts to sing. The first time ever I saw your face. And his lips find mine. Apparently, this is a song I've never heard of. Okay, since there's an actual page break there, and we're still like 10 pages, more than that, we're 16 pages from the end of the chapter because this is a really long chapter. I am going to grab groceries before something melts. So we are taking a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. I will try to come back with a puppy. So stretch, get yourself something to drink, something to eat. Consider sponsoring a duck. I'm going to make this my second shout out. Donation list. $10 gets you a duck drawn from the bag. You get to name it. 25 I will put on handcuffs for the rest of the book. Tonight I'll make it the rest of the book. It's grand finale. I'll go one above. I'll put the handcuffs on for the entire rest of the night. And for $50, I will refill this to normal level and chug the entire thing if you would like to see me do that. So that is our donation list. Consider it in the next 5 minutes. I will be right back with you, and we will continue this chapter and get through the end of this book and light some things on fire. So there's that to look forward to. I'll be right back. Stretch, pet a fur baby. Come right back. Don't go anywhere, either or. 2 seconds. Hello. Everything's put away. And of course, they didn't have half of what I fucking ordered. The order that they accidentally set for pickup filled in full. Everything I ordered there. The delivery order that came 7 hours later, missing over half my items. The fuck is wrong? Like every time, because you can't pick which Walmart it is, and they send it to the worst fucking one. It never has anything in goddamn stock. And they're like, well, we refunded your money for what's out of stock. Yeah, you didn't refund the $25 for the fucking taxes and delivery fees. They now have to pay somewhere else because you can't keep shit in fucking stock. Like, I don't know why I'm upset right now, but it just pisses me off. It's been all day with this stupid shit. First they fuck it up, and now they didn't deliver half the shit because they had an order sitting there completely full. They could have delivered this afternoon like they were fucking supposed to. I would have had everything. It would have been fine. And now it's like, no, you're out $25. You got to order from somewhere else, spend more money, hope they have your shit. And that just adds so much to the fucking budget. And they're like, yeah, we refunded your money. No, you didn't, actually. You didn't refund my money for what I'm out because you suck. I'm like, this is fucking Walmart. This is not a corner goddamn store. Why can't they keep shit in stock? Why can't they just deliver when they're fucking told? No, they gotta waste my time, waste my fucking money, and now I gotta get somewhere else to finish my order and like spend more money, get different shit somewhere else, different day. Just makes everything way more expensive. And it's like you had everything in stock at 3 p.m. waiting for me to pick it up, but like at 9 p.m. when you're supposed to deliver, suddenly half of what I want is out of stock from the same goddamn fucking store. Like, what the fuck? And I'm definitely gonna blast them on Twitter tomorrow. That's the only thing they fucking care about. Like, their fucking help is fucking useless, but you make it public, then all of a sudden they're like, oh, we reached out. If you DM us your information, we'll totally help. No, they fucking won't, because they don't. They just don't want a bad rep in public. Well, too bad. As soon as this is over and when I'm at my most drunk, I'm gonna go on like such a fucking tirade on them. Had enough of their bullshit. I will even mark it as drunk ranting against Walmart. They fucking deserve it. Sick of places not understanding the consequences of when they fuck up and not having a good reason for fucking up. So now that I've made a complete idiot of myself, let's go on with reading this. And if anybody could delete that from the history of the internet. As I tighten around him, finding my release once more, Christian unravels in my arms. Anytime someone says unravels, all I do is picture knitting coming apart. Or like that scene in Aladdin where carpet unravels. I couldn't remember who it was for a minute. It was carpet. Carpet unraveling. That's what I picture when you say unravels. His head thrown back as he calls out my name. He clasps me tightly. Who is surprised that Christian Grey doesn't call out his own name when he comes? He clasps me tightly to his chest, and we sit nose to nose in the middle of his vast bed, me astride him. And in this moment of joy with this man to this music, the intensity of my experience this morning in here with him and all that has occurred during the past week overwhelms me anew, not just physically, but emotionally. I'm completely overcome with all these feelings. I'm so deeply in love with him. For the first time, I'm offered a glimmer of understanding as to how he feels about my safety. What? How did we get to that? recalling his close call with Charlie Tango yesterday. By the way, he should be way too sore to be fucking like a Bronco right now. He crashed his helicopter yesterday and has received zero medical attention. Even if he didn't break any bones and doesn't have internal bleeding, you'd be so bruised and sore for so long. Like, he'd barely be able to move today, let alone be like fucking like this. Like, no, he'd be in bed like demanding morphine and vodka and the porn on TV. That's what should be. There's no way. I shudder at the thought and tears pool in my eyes. If anything ever happened to him, I love him so much. I'm still trying not to cry. The laughing is helping. My tears run unchecked down my cheeks. At least they delivered the pet food, so the pets are fed for the month, and that does let me sleep at night, so, whatever. So many sides of Christian. His sweet, gentle persona and his rugged, I can do what I fucking like. Okay, this is like 20 words strung together with hyphens, so I'm gonna try and say this all at once. I can do what I fucking well like to you, and you'll come like a train. Dominant side. Well, it's accurate, because he will do whatever the fuck he likes, and she does come like a train, so yeah. Are we sure, like, the first night that she was there, he didn't like have his doctor come and do the wrestling and the G-spot thing, and that's why she's such an orgasm bot? Because I've heard good things about it. I'd never do it, but I've heard good things about it. If I didn't have other issues with other things, I would definitely consider. Anyone in the chat know what I'm talking about? The wrestling and the G-spot thing? Because it's a thing. It's a real thing. Kind of sus in my opinion, but I understand it. All of him, his 50 shades, all spectacular, all mine. And I'm aware we don't know each other well. At least the book acknowledges it. It's more than Disney ever did. Until Frozen. But we will. We'll have a lifetime to do it. This is the messaging to young women that if you get proposed to after 3 dates and you're 15, you should say yes. Because even though you don't know him that well, he goes to your church and your parents really like him. And shouldn't you get started on the like 20 babies you're supposed to pump out so that you're literally such a hormone induced mess that you can't think straight for the rest of your life and are constantly on the edge of psychosis? Andrea Yates mean anything to anybody? Hey, he breathes, clasping my head in his hands, gazing down at me. He's still inside me. Why are you crying? Because Walmart didn't deliver my groceries and they suck. His voice is filled with concern. Because I love you so much, I whisper. He half closes his eyes as if drugged, absorbing my words. But when he opens them again, they blaze with his love. And I love you, Anna. You make me whole. He kisses me gently as Roberta Flack finishes her song. How is that not the end of this book? There's been like 7 good places to just end, and yet there's like 20 more pages. There's 30 more pages. There's over 30 pages left. What the fuck? We're gonna be here all night. We've talked and talked and talked, sitting up together on the bed in the playroom, me in his lap, our legs curled around each other, the red satin sheep draped around us like a royal cocoon. I have no idea how much time has passed. Apparently, they've been in here all day. Christian is laughing at my impersonation of Kate during the photo shoot at the Heathman. To think it could have been her who came to interview me. Thank the Lord for the common cold, he murmurs and kisses my nose. I believe she had the flu, Christian, I scold him, trailing my fingers idly through his chest hair and marveling he's tolerating it so well. All the canes have gone, I murmur, recalling my distraction from earlier. He tucks my hair behind my ear for the umpteenth time. I didn't think you'd ever get past that hard limit. No, I don't think I will, I whisper wide-eyed, and then find myself glancing over at the whips, paddles, and floggers lining the opposite wall. His gaze follows mine. You want me to get rid of them too? He's amused but sincere. Not the crop. The brown one. Or that suede flogger. I finish. He smiles down at me. Okay, the crop and the flogger. Why, Miss Steele, you're full of surprises. Okay, honey, if you're okay with a crop and a flogger, like, just keep them all. These things cost thousands of dollars. At least the good ones do. Well, what's shown in the movie might be dollar store discount garbage that a billionaire would never have. In the book, this guy has customized shit that cost a lot of fucking money. And just because she's not into it right now doesn't mean she won't be in a month or two. I mean, seriously, she's gone from virgin to okay with blindfolded, oiled up, like being practically fucked up the ass in like 5 weeks. Give him 5 months, she'll be down with anything, including cannibalism. So don't go getting rid of things just yet. As are you, Mr. Gray. It's one of the things I love about you. I kiss gently at the corner of his mouth. What else do you love about me? He asks, his eyes wide. I know it's a huge deal for me to ask him this question. It humbles me and I blink at him. I love everything about him, even his 50 shades. I know that life with Christian will never be boring and exceedingly brief because he's going to kill you right after the honeymoon, honey. This, I stroke my index finger across his lips. I love this and what comes out of it and what you do to me with it and what's in here. I caress his temple. You're so smart and witty and knowledgeable and competent in so many things. This is such a blowjob. But most of all, I love what's in here. I press my palm gently against his chest, feeling his steady beating heart. I'm gonna puke. You're the most compassionate man I've ever met. What you do, how you work, it's awe-inspiring, I whisper. We still have no idea what he actually does, or his company does. We have no clue. And what, we've seen him like make 2 work-related phone calls the entire book. That's it. Hi, new person in the chat. Welcome, glad to have you. Consider sponsoring a duck, though certainly not required. I gotta find a way to make the pin at the top bigger because I wanted to put the donation tier, the 3 things, on the pin with the StreamYards. The problem is I write it out with spaces, and then when you hit enter, it scrunches it all into one, and then it destroys the link because it doesn't leave spaces. And it's like I put separate lines between the duck, the cups, and the drinking. I put separate lines, and then it doesn't keep them, and I don't know how to fix that yet. But I think it would encourage more ducks because Ralph is looking very lonely back there. He needs a friend. Awe-inspiring. He's puzzled, but there's a trace of humor on his face. Then his face transforms, and his shy smile appears as if he's embarrassed, and I want to launch myself at him. So I do. Then there's a break. I'm dozing, wrapped in satin and gray. Christian nuzzles me awake. Hungry? He whispers. Famished. Me too. I lean up to gaze down at him sprawled on the bed. It's your birthday, Mr. Gray. I'll cook you something. What would you like? Don't they have a live-in housekeeper for this? Why is she cooking? Surprise me. He runs his hand down my back, stroking me gently. I should check my BlackBerry for all the messages I missed yesterday. He sighs and starts to sit up, and I know this special time is over. For now. Let's shower, he says. Who am I to turn down the birthday boy? How long is his birthday? Wasn't it his birthday yesterday and that's why she wanted to go to the Red Room? Is he having a 48-hour birthday? Christian is in his study on the phone. Taylor is with him, picking out a place to bury your body. Looking serious but casual in jeans and a tight black t-shirt. I busy myself in the kitchen fixing lunch. I found salmon steaks in the fridge. and I'm poaching them in lemon, making a salad, and boiling some baby potatoes. I feel extraordinarily relaxed and happy, on top of the world. Literally. Not quite, but they are in a penthouse. Turning towards the large window, I stare out at the glorious blue sky. Bubbles up my nose. All that talking, all that sexing. A girl could get used to that. Taylor emerges from the study and interrupting my reverie. I turn down my iPod and take out an earbud. Hi, Taylor. Anna. He nods. Your daughter okay? Yes, thanks. My ex-wife thought she had appendicitis, but she was overreacting as usual. I still don't remember any recollection of being mentioned that Taylor has kids. Taylor rolls his eyes, surprising me. Sophie's fine, though. She has a nasty stomach bug. I'm sorry. He smiles. Has Charlie Tango been located? Yes, the recovery team is on its way. She should be back at Boeing Field late tonight. Oh, good. Yeah, the helicopter that he crashed and that both engines lit on fire, but it's still remarkably intact and supposedly recoverable. Yeah, right. Will that be all, ma'am? Yes, of course. I flush. Will I ever get used to Taylor calling me ma'am? How about tell him not to? It makes me feel so old. At least 30. Bitch, I am 37. I still will slap somebody for calling me ma'am. He nods and heads out of the great room. Christian is still on the phone. I'm waiting for the potatoes to boil. It gives me an idea. Fetching my purse, I fish out my Blackberry. There's a text from Kate. See you this evening. Looking forward to a long chat. I text back. Same here. It will be good to talk to Kate. Calling up the email program, I type a quick message to Christian. Oh, great. More emails. You know the rules. I only read this actual text, not the whole thing, because it's stupid. And also, he's in the next room. Just shout at him. I'm emailing you to inform you your lunch is nearly ready and that I had some mind-blowing kinky fuckery earlier today. Birthday kinky fuckery is to be recommended. And another thing, I love you. This is not cute, E.L. James. This is fucking stupid. I listen carefully for a reaction, but he's still on the phone and I shrug. Perhaps he's just too busy. My Blackberry vibrates. Of course he's watching and responds. What aspect was most mind-blowing? I'm taking notes. P.S. Love your signature. What happened to the art of conversation? Her to him. Dear Mr. Gray, may I draw your attention to the first line of my previous email informing you that your lunch is indeed almost ready. So none of this famished and wasting away nonsense. With regard to the mind-blowing aspects of the kinky fuckery, frankly, all of it. I'd be interested in reading your notes, and I like my bracketed signature too. Oh, she started signing it as his fiance, so I guess that's giving him a boner. P.S. Since when have you been so loquacious and you're on the phone? I press send and look up, and he's standing in front of me smirking. Before I can say anything, he bounds around the kitchen island, sweeps me up in his arms, and kisses me soundly. Put me down, there's food on the stove. This is that is all, Miss Steele, he says, releasing me. He saunters, in his jeans, bare feet, and untucked white shirt, back to his office, leaving me breathless. So he literally just walked over to pick her up, kiss her, put her down, and walk back to his office. I've made a watercress cilantro sour cream dip to accompany the salmon, and I've set the breakfast bar. I hate interrupting him when he's working, but now I stand in the doorway of his office. He's still on the phone, all thoroughly fucked hair and bright gray eyes. A visually nourishing feast. Stop it! He looks up when he sees me and doesn't take his eyes off me. He frowns slightly, and I don't know if it's at me or because of his conversation. Just let them in and leave them alone. Do you understand, Mia? He hisses and rolls his eyes. Good. I mime eating, and he grins and looks up at me. I'll see you later. He hangs up. One more call? He asks. Sure. That dress is very short, he adds. You like it? I give him a quick twirl. It's one of Caroline Acton's purchases. Why is somebody calling me? They shouldn't be. 1 second. God save me from stupid fucking people. And why in the hell are you calling me at 10 o'clock on a Saturday, for Christ's fucking sake? That was Walmart calling about the order that I didn't pick up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 8 fucking hours ago, and they're calling me to say, are you still going to come pick this up? Do you still want it, or should we cancel it? I already called you to cancel this, you fucking idiots. And seriously, somebody's 8 hours late. What am I going to say? Yeah, just keep it in the fridge overnight. I'll pick it up in the morning. The fuck? I told her I better not see any fucking restocking fees or anything, or I'm going to fucking take somebody's head off. Not my fault they didn't deliver it like they're supposed to. And then they don't deliver half of what I fucking ordered anyway. But no, if I pick it up, then suddenly they have everything. Why is it 2 different things when it's the same fucking place? Like, they're so goddamn incompetent. They really just fucking are. And this person calling me has no idea that I already called and tried to cancel this, and I already dealt with this all fucking day. She has no clue. Like, God for fucking bid, they actually get their fucking heads out of their ass. Like, seriously. I do not need that shit. I do need more of this. You ever get random people messaging you on Facebook you don't know? If some random guy keeps messaging me on Facebook, I never use Facebook. The only reason I even have an account under a different name is for gaming bonuses. I've never posted to it. I don't use it. But somebody keeps messaging me on it, and then my email's like, this person messaged you again. It's like, yeah, if I wanted to answer them, I would, but I have no idea who they are. They're a random guy on Facebook that I'm not going to answer because they're probably a creep. Or one of those guys that's like, hey, you're sexy. Send me pictures of your tits. Fuck you. That is how a lot of porn websites get their content. Idiot girls. Hell, it's who's the guy that did the Jerry something, the Girls Gone Wild guy. I forget his name, but I think it's Jerry something. I don't know. He went to jail for being a pervert and a creep and a rapist. So, but yeah, he basically invented like the how to get free content that you can then charge for thing. Problem is, he learned you can't get girls exceedingly drunk and make them do sex acts on camera while they're obviously so drunk they can't consent. Plus, like half of them are underage, you idiot. You never heard of a fake ID? It's spring break. Fake IDs are like everyone's. He's bitching about how short her dress is. By the way, you know this is a dress that he bought for her. So this is either the setup or he's just being petty. You like it? It's one of Caroline Acton's purchases. A soft turquoise sundress, probably more suitable for the beach. But it's such a lovely day on so many levels. He frowns and my face falls. You look fantastic in it, Anna. I just don't want anyone to see you like that. Great! You look so beautiful, honey, but stay in the house where nobody can see you. This is really good to say to your woman. This is really good. Really, really good to say to your girl. Hello. Good to see you. Hello. Welcome here. Please feel free to pipe up in the chat as much as you want. I like participation. Oh, I scowl at him. We're at home, Christian. No one but the staff. And again, this is a perfectly acceptable dress she's wearing, but he's jealous of even the staff seeing her in it. Like, and this is before they're even married. What's he gonna be like in 5 years? I mean, we're never gonna find out because she's not gonna last like 6 months post honeymoon, but like, God, if you wrote a book about them getting divorced, that would be. His mouth twists, and either he's trying to hide his amusement or he really doesn't think it's that funny. But eventually he nods, reassured. I shake my head at him. He's actually being serious. I head back to the kitchen. 5 minutes later, he's back in front of me holding the phone. I have Ray for you, he murmurs, his eyes wary. All the air leaves my body at once. I take the phone and cover the mouthpiece. You told him? I hiss. Christian nods and his eyes widen at my obvious look of distress. Shit. I take a deep breath. Hi, Dad. Christian's just asked me if he can marry you, Ray says. You idiot. I mean, I get the chivalry thing. It's cute in a way. I would even tolerate it. Well, not I wouldn't because I don't have a father, but that's me. But, you know, if I had somebody in that role, so long as it was understood that it was purely out of respect, and yes, that they had asked me first. I do not tolerate the whole, can I have your daughter like a piece of fucking chattel thing? No, you asked me first, then you asked my parents, and quite frankly, I don't care what they have to say about it, but it's polite. The silence stretches between us as I desperately think of what to say. Ray, as usual, stays silent, giving me no clue as to his reaction to this news. What did you say? I crack first. I said I wanted to talk to you. It's kind of sudden, don't you think, Annie? Yeah, seriously. You've known him how long? I mean, he's a nice guy, knows his fishing, but so soon? His voice is calm and measured. Yes, it's sudden. Hang on. Hastily, I leave the kitchen area, away from Christian's anxious gaze, and head towards the great window. The doors to the balcony are open, and I step out into the sunshine. I can't quite walk to the edge. It's just too far up. I know it's sudden and all, but, well, I love him. He loves me. He wants to marry me, and there'll never be anyone else for me. Because you've known him 5 weeks, and you sound like a 12-year-old girl. She sounds like she's talking about one of the members of One Direction. Like, I'm sorry, but honestly, if somebody was saying this to me about somebody they knew for 5 weeks, I'd be telling them, honey, you're on an endorphin high. You've got that new relationship buzz going on. You are not thinking clearly. I absolutely do not condone this. You go ahead and you do you, girl, but this is stupid. You will regret it. And you are making a big decision based on nothing but like hormones and false infatuation right now. I flush, thinking this is probably the most intimate conversation I've ever had with my stepfather about who you're gonna. Seriously, did you ever talk? No. Ray is silent on the other end of the phone. Have you told your mother? No. Annie, I know he's all kinds of rich and eligible, but marriage, it's such a big step. Are you sure? So even her own stepfather, the one that she likes, because keep in mind she has like 5 stepfathers because her mom's a gold digging hoe. Like the one person, the one stepfather she kept in touch with and actually likes, he is calling his daughter a gold digger at this point. Because he basically just said, you know, I know he's very rich and that's probably why you're marrying him. But marriage is a big deal also. Are you really, really sure? Because it's not as easy as, you know, you just get, you know, married into a big bank account, though in this case it is. That's exactly what it is. But yeah, her own stepfather, mustache dad, just called her a gold digging hoe. And you know what? If he were right, I'd support it. Also, I have this flash of the animated Little Mermaid when Triton discovers Ariel's cave of all her treasures and the statue of Eric, and she's begging him to understand, and she screams, "But Daddy, I love him!" And then Triton goes ballistic and explodes the thing and devastates her. Like that's how this sounds. Because in that moment, Ariel doesn't love him. She's just a brat who saw a guy and is infatuated. By the way, for those who don't know, in the original animated, when it came out, Ariel is canonically 12 years old. So she's a 12-year-old girl who just caught sight of the confirmed 30-year-old Prince Eric, because it is his 30th birthday being celebrated. And there's a giant statue that they somehow kept hidden on a ship, even though the thing is heavy enough to topple the fucking ship over. So that is where it starts. So of course Triton's like, you're too young to be in love, and he's a human, you're a mermaid, and also he's 3 times your age. Triton isn't wrong until much later in the movie. In the beginning, he's right. His display of anger and destroying all her stuff is wrong. That's wrong and horribly abusive and traumatizing, and absolutely is like he literally creates the thing that he fears because he scares her and bullies her so much that he sends her looking to escape her life in any possible way, but a very permanent one, no matter which way it goes. From the second she enters Ursula's cave, she's got 2 outcomes. Either she turns into a slug in that garden, or she's married to Prince Eric and living in the human world. Either way, she is gone from her father. She is out of the mermaid world forever. So, well done, King Triton. You drove one of your daughters to a very, pretty much a suicidal state. Because that's pretty much what she was in, and why she makes the Faustian bargain that she does. Is she cannot handle her life as a mermaid anymore, so it's going to end one way or the other. So good parenting lessons from Disney. He's my happily ever after, I whisper. Whoa, Ray says after a moment, his tone softer. Because now she's like, but please, I really, really want him. He's everything. Annie, you're such a headstrong young woman. Fuck off! No, she's not. I hope to God you know what you're doing. Hand me back to him, will you? Sure, Dad, and will you give me away at the wedding? I ask quietly. Oh, honey. His voice cracks, and he stays quiet for a few moments, the emotion in his voice bringing tears to my eyes. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, he says eventually. Oh, Ray, I love you so much. This is in her head. She's not actually saying it because that would be like real. I swallow to keep from crying. Thank you, Dad. I hand you back to Christian. Be gentle with him. I love him, I whisper. I think Ray is smiling on the other end of the line, but it's hard to tell. It's always hard to tell with Ray. Sure thing, Annie. And come and visit the old man and bring Christian with you. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. There's the dad. Okay, now I need to take him into the woods with a shotgun and have a conversation moment. I'm not saying this is a bad thing to do to there was a time in my life where I was in a church and I had a family I was close to that the father absolutely said, because I was considering dating somebody in the church, and he absolutely said, you know, when you start dating someone, you are going to have your first date here in our house for dinner, and I am going to have a conversation privately with that young man while you and my wife were upstairs talking about girl stuff, more or less. And I was like, okay, I'm not sure if that's incentive to date or to never date, but heard. I never actually ended up dating anyone, so it never happened. And I was about to say something trauma bombing and evil, but I'm trying to stop trauma bombing on the internet because I'm told it's bad manners. I march back into the room, pissed at Christian for not warning me, and hand him the phone, my expression letting him know just how annoyed I am. He's amused as he takes the phone and heads back into his study. 2 minutes later, he reappears. I have your stepfather's rather begrudging blessing, he says proudly. So proudly, in fact, that it makes me giggle. And he grins at me. He's acting like he just negotiated a major new merger or acquisition, which I suppose on one level he has. Yes, he's absolutely acquired the rights to you and has purchased you directly for all rights and purposes in perpetuity. Damn, you're a good cook, woman. Christian swallows his last mouthful and raises his glass of white wine to me. Cheers to that. I blossom under his praise, and it occurs to me I'll only get to cook for him on weekends. I frown. I enjoy cooking. Perhaps I should have made him a cake for his birthday. I check my watch. I still have time. Anna, he interrupts my thoughts. Why did you not ask me to take your photo? What? Huh? His question startles me all the more because his voice is deceptively soft. Oh, shit. The photos. I stare down at my empty plate, twisting my fingers in my lap. What can I say? I promised myself not to mention that I found his version of Penthouse Pets. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. She found yeah, he has like photo albums of his past subs, and it's like questionable whether they knew they were being photographed. I think they did. I'm assuming that they did, because well, not always. Weren't some of them sleeping like when he definitely didn't have their consent, or maybe he did. Maybe like he said like, "Hey, do you mind if I take your picture while you're sleeping?" Hey, I mean, personally, I wouldn't give a flying fuck as long as we established that they were not for sale or publication anywhere. Fine, take all the pictures you want if they're just for you. I mean, I would add in getting paid because, like I said, whore not a slut. So there's that. But other than that, I wouldn't care. Anna, he snaps. What is it? He makes me jump, and his voice commands me to look at him. His voice commands me. That's going on. That's getting highlighted because I fucking hate it, and I'm going. When did I think he didn't intimidate me? Let's just try this again. He makes me jump and his voice commands me to look at him. When did I think he didn't intimidate me? Things you should not be saying about your fiancé. I found your photos, I whisper. His eyes widen in shock. You've been in the safe? He adds, incredulous. Safe? No. I didn't know you had a safe. He frowns. I don't understand. In your closet. The box? I was looking for your tie, and the box was under your jeans, the ones you normally wear in the playroom. Except today, I flush. He's still wearing. Shut up. He gapes at me, appalled, and nervously runs his hand through his hair as he processes this information. Okay, if the pictures she found are the ones he's comfortable leaving lying around in the closet, what the fuck is in the safe? You know what it is? It's snuff films is what's in the safe. It's pictures of their dead bodies because he's that possessive that he needed a photo of them in death. That's what's in the safe. I guarantee you. It's one last picture before they go in the ground next to the fucking Puget Sound or whatever. That's what's in the safe. He gapes at me appalled and nervously runs his hands through his hair as he processes this information. He rubs his chin, lost in thought, but he can't mask the perplexed annoyance etched on his face. Abruptly, he shakes his head, exasperated, but amused too, and a faint smile of admiration kisses the corner of his mouth. He steeples his hands in front of him and focuses on me once more. It's not what you think. I'd forgotten all about them. That box has been moved. Those photographs belong in my safe. Then why were they out of your safe and in a shoebox or whatever where they can get moved around? This is dumb. This is the writer writing herself out of a corner because Christian Grey, as written, as described, is way too meticulous and careful to ever leave these photographs lying around. He never would have taken them out of the safe, even if he was like having an extended jerk off session to them and then not put them back. He wouldn't have just left them lying around or somewhere she could find them or anyone could find them. That makes absolutely no sense and goes against everything we've seen him do. So this is just, again, this is the writer writing herself out of a corner by being stupid. It's always bad writing when you make one of your characters do something stupid just so you can move the plot along. It means you didn't set it up properly and do your job as the writer. I forgot about this. Who moved them? I whisper. He swallows. There's only one person who could have done that. Oh? Who? And what do you mean? It's not what I think. He sighs and tilts his head to one side, and I think he's embarrassed. So he should be, my subconscious snarls. This is going to sound cold, but they're an insurance policy, he whispers, steeling himself for my response. Insurance policy? Against exposure. The penny drops and rattles uncomfortably around and around my empty head. You know, that's the most true thing she's ever said about herself, that she's the most empty-headed twit ever. Oh, I murmur, because I can't think of what else to say. I close my eyes. This is it. This is 50 Shades of fucked up. Right here, right now. We didn't need any of this. They could have just stopped after the sex. But no, we need one last conflict to drive a wedge between them because we have a whole other book. Yes, you're right, I mutter. That does sound cold. I stand and clear our dishes. I don't want to know anymore. Okay, this is her being a baby. I'm sorry, she's being a fucking immature brat right now. You asked, bitch, then listen to the entire answer. You don't get to listen to half of it, decide you know what's going on, and then overreact and act like a fucking idiot. And seriously, a bunch of goddamn photos are what are gonna set her up. This is stupid. Like, she's just being fucking immature. If I were him, I'd have no goddamn patience for this shit. Like, this is the kind of thing that makes me angry enough to slap somebody and say, like, pull your head out of your ass and grow the fuck up. It makes perfect sense why he has these. Should he do a better job of hiding them? Yes. Should he burn them after like 2 years or something? Probably yes. Do we know whether they were consensual? I don't know. Probably not, from what he's saying, at least some of them. Because what he's basically saying is it's his mutually assured destruction policy that if any of these women ever went public or tried to sue him, which they all should, or if they just tried to sell a story to the tabloids saying, hey, Christian Grey is secretly really kinky and here's all the kinky shit that he did to me when I was a submissive and here's a copy of this fucked up contract that he made me sign, then what? He can revenge porn them? Because that's what this is. This is revenge porn. And this is him having illicit, sexually explicit photos of women to continue controlling them. No wonder Lila went fucking crazy when he has these, sexualized photographs that he definitely jerks off to, that he's kept for years of these women and could, likewise, he could detonate their lives. He could sell these photos to the tabloids. He could, ruin their lives at any point. Or what if somebody breaks into his place and steals them? And that's how they get out. What's he gonna say to the sub number 4 of his from let's say 7 years ago, who is now a purchasing director for Barnes and Noble, and the sex photos get out on the internet and she loses her career, loses everything because 7 years ago she was his submissive and he kept these photos. What's he gonna say to that woman? Like, this is dumb. This is really bad writing. This is really stupid. And it's stupid for him to keep these photos because they incriminate him way more than any of these women. So what? A woman having sex, who fucking cares? Him doing violent, abusive things on film, things that could be criminal and get him arrested, way worse. So the benefit of having these photos is massively outweighed by the potentially, not only personal, moral, or financial implications, but the very literal criminal implications of what could come if these photos got out. So this is entirely contrivance for the sake of contrivance, and this is dumb, and that's why, you can just cut the last 4 chapters off this book, and it would actually be better, because this is dumb. This is dumb, it makes no sense, and it again, the way of getting there is stupid, the reason for having them is stupid. And no way there's only one person who could have done it. If they were in the safe, multiple people have the combination to your safe, you fucking idiot. I guarantee you your housekeeper does. I guarantee you Taylor does. And as he's about to say, all of his past subs do. Because as we learned, he's so stupid that when he gets rid of one of his subs, he doesn't actually change his codes on anything. Because Layla was able to use the codes to get into his current apartment, even though she hasn't been his sub in, according to him, about 3 years. So he hasn't changed his passwords or his access codes in 3 years. Even after he knew that she was suffering a psychotic break, she was armed and violent, he still didn't change the entry code to the place that he lives. This guy's supposed to be smart. I close my eyes. This is it. This is my 50 Shades of fucked up right here, right now. Yes, you're right, I mutter. That does sound cold. I don't want to know anymore. Anna, do they know? The girls? The subs? He frowns. Of course they know. Bullshit! I call epic bullshit that they know. Fuck that. I don't think they know at all. Oh, well, that's something. No, it isn't. Even if they knew he was taking them, that doesn't give him the right to keep them and hold them over them for the rest of their lives, which is exactly what he's doing. He reaches out, grabbing me and pulling me to him, which is what he does anytime he thinks she might leave, which in this case is going, one step away from him? She wants space because he just told her something creepy, so he literally physically grabs her and drags her in. Because that's not disgusting. Those photos are supposed to be in the safe. They're not for recreational use. Oh, so he's claiming he doesn't jerk off to them. Press X to doubt. He stops. Maybe they were when they were taken originally. So we're doing the Obi-Wan Kenobi. What I told you was true after a fashion thing. But he stops, imploring me. They don't mean anything. Now that I have you and I can jerk off on your body anytime I want, I don't need photos. You're much better because you're warm and cuddly. And if I let you, you occasionally speak. Who put them in your closet? It could only have been Layla. Not true. It could have been several people, you moron. She knows your safe combination? He shrugs. It wouldn't surprise me. It's a very long combination, and I use it so rarely. It's the one number I have written down and haven't changed. Are you fucking smart? So he's got like a 20-digit combination to his safe that he can't remember. There are ways of making sure you can remember numbers that long. It's how you construct them that matters. Because it's a code within a code, and only you know it, so you can always recall it. Like, I haven't changed the answers to my bank security shit in probably 20 years, but I know what the answers are because I know how I worded the questions. And no, the answers are not the answers to the questions as written, because the questions as written are stupid. So if it says mother's maiden name, don't actually tell them your mother's maiden name. Tell them the name of the 4th school your mother ever went to. The answer doesn't have to be the answer to the question. It just has to be something that only you know. And by doing that, it means people can't get your information and then pretend to be you if they happen to know what your mother's maiden name is, because that's not the answer to the question. You know, if they ask you what your favorite flower is and your favorite flower is a rose, you know what you answer to favorite flower? Ford Mustang, 1971. I wonder what else she knows and if she's taken anything else out of there. Again, she broke into the place having known the code and he didn't immediately change every code in existence. Look, I'll destroy the photos. Now if you like. Yes! Let's have a bonfire, you fucking twit. They're your photos, Christian. Do with them as you wish, I mutter. Don't be like that. Don't ever tell a woman don't be like that. You know you're in the wrong. The second anyone, whether it's the guy, the girl, or the guy, it doesn't matter. If the first person who says don't be like that, you know you're in the wrong and you're going down. He says, taking my head in his hands and holding my gaze. So he's literally holding her head after grabbing her and pulling her in. Now he's holding her head to make her look at him. I want to shoot this guy right now. And I don't believe in guns. And yes, Derek Morgan, I know they're very real, but I still don't believe in them. I don't want that life. I want our life together. You don't have a life together. You have a life where you have purchased her and brainwashed her. Holy cow, how does he know that beneath my horror about these photos is my paranoia? Again, because you're so very fucking easy to read, because you're basic and immature and stupid and inexperienced. So yeah, whatever your thoughts are, they're the most basic, obvious thing in the world, because you're not capable of complex thoughts about these things, because you're quite frankly not capable of complex thought about anything. Like, seriously, how does this woman get up and like get herself dressed in the morning? She's too stupid to exist. Hannah, I thought we exorcised all the ghosts this morning. With all the sex? Because that works? I feel that way, don't you? I blink at him, recalling our very, very pleasurable and romantic and downright dirty morning in his playroom. I thought they were in there for like a whole day, not just the morning. The book can't decide, because I swear it said they were in there all day and this was the next morning. It seems to be going back and forth. Why am I expecting consistency? This is garbage. How are there 30 pages left of this? We may not get through this tonight. I'm dead serious. I am dead serious. There's 30 fucking pages left of this. Like, did I seriously, can I not count? It's possible I can't count. Because we're not even to the, like, last chapter yet, and I'm so tired. And there's so fucking much left of this. How is there so much left of this? I know it's only 10:30. Don't worry. I'm not going to quit. We're going to get through it. I'm just bitching. I've had a bad day, and I'm bitching, and I'm not drunk enough. Yes, I smile. Yes, I feel that way too. So she just brought up something very important and very devastating to her, and he managed to tell her basically, forget it, babe, I'll deal with it, it's nothing. And she just is like, okay, yeah, I guess it's nothing. I guess I was overreacting. Straight out of the abuser's playbook. Good. He frowns and leans forward and kisses me, folding me in his arms. I'll shred them, he murmurs. Then I have to go to work. I'm sorry, babe, but I have a mountain of business to get through this afternoon. Yeah, because of course he can't take his birthday off, of course. It's cool. I have to call my mother. I grimace. Then I want to do some shopping and bake you a cake. Why would you tell him that? Make it a surprise. Just tell him, like, hey, make sure you're home at this time. I have a surprise. Don't keep me waiting. He grins and his eyes light up like a small boy's. A cake? I nod. A chocolate cake? You want a chocolate cake? His grin is infectious. He nods. I'll see what I can do, Mr. Gray. He kisses me once more. Okay, now we're leaning too far into the he's an orphan bullshit. He was adopted by a rich as fuck family. You want to tell me they never had a birthday party for him? That he didn't have like a 17-tier fucking birthday cake? Like, no fucking way. He had elaborate parties with like fucking cake, and if he wanted chocolate, and plus, like, he was like 4 when he's adopted. What other kind of cake are you going to give a child? You make it chocolate on top of chocolate with more chocolate. Every kid is happy with this. So, like, we're acting like he never had a birthday cake because he grew up in orphanages and some shit. No, he didn't. I'm sorry, it's stupid. He grew up privileged as fuck. I'm sorry, it gets to me. Birthday cakes are a thing that piss me off. Birthdays in general piss me off, but the whole, like, oh, he's so excited about having a cake thing. Eat a dick. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve to play with that. You don't know what it means to people who really feel that way, so fuck off. Carla is stunned into silence. Mom, say something. Did we know her mom's name is Carla? I don't think we knew that. You're not pregnant, are you, Annie? She whispers in horror. Fair question! Fair fucking question! If I'm the mom, that's my question too. And you know that's what the dad is thinking. Well, no, the dad's thinking she's being a gold-digging whore like her mother. That's what the dad is thinking. Like, he didn't say just like your mom, but that is what the dad is definitely thinking, because at some point he figured out that's who the mom was, and that's why they got divorced. But yeah, he's thinking, oh, the girl that I've tried to keep from being that kind of person, now she found a rich guy and she's going to marry him for the money and blah, blah, blah. He absolutely thinks she's just being as much of a whore as her mother. But mom, of course, knows better and is going with knocked up. Even though her mom is definitely hoping she says yes. Because literally, her mom was like anti-Christian until she found out he was rich. And then she immediately told her daughter, no, go up to that hotel room and ride that dick, honey. And practically like threw her daughter at the wallet. And I'm still surprised she didn't tell her to intentionally get pregnant so that she has like a never-ending supply of cash for the rest of her life, because he'd have to pay for her to like raise the baby and pay for a house and shit. Like, I still think that's exactly what the mom intended. So she probably wants to hear that, yes, she's pregnant. That's exactly what the mom wants to hear. No, nothing like that. Disappointment slices through my heart because she knows that her mom wanted to hear yes, that her mom doesn't really love her. And I'm saddened she would think that of me. Think what of you? I'm sorry, that is not derogative. I've been asked if I was pregnant a couple of, well, I only like once did it make me mad because it was in a rude way. But somebody, like, misunderstanding of conversation. I said something and it was out of context. And so somebody did ask me if I was pregnant once, and it took me a second to figure out how they got there or why they would think that. But it made sense in the moment because something got like just misunderstood that they thought that, and so I wasn't offended by it. But why is the idea that you got knocked up like offensive or you're disappointed that she would think I'd be so stupid as to honey, you don't know how birth control works. And this is like unintentional foreshadowing. I say unintentional because it would have to be smart to be intentional and it's not. But this is unintentional foreshadowing because she is that stupid because the author doesn't know how fucking birth control works. As we've established, so she should be pregnant. She should be pregnant in this book. She should have been pregnant, like, granted, it's been 5 weeks, so at most she'd be 5 weeks pregnant, but she, there's no way she's not getting knocked up because, like I said, author doesn't know birth control and invented birth control to try and sell this shit. I swear, so many people, if you follow the birth control advice in this book, you're going to be pregnant in, like, no time. But then I remember with an ever-sinking feeling that she was pregnant with me when she married my father. What is with E.L. James and, like, people getting married when they're pregnant? Because it's in, like, all of it. Like, I know Twilight Twilight didn't actually do it. She got pregnant after the wedding in Twilight. But, like, why any of this? I'm sorry, darling. It's just so sudden. I mean, Christian's quite a catch, but you're so young. You should see a little of the world. This is not what her mother is saying. Her mother is saying, get him down the aisle immediately. Make him do not. Her mother is saying, do not sign a prenup no matter what you do. Mom, can't you just be happy for me? I love him. Again, she sounds like such a brat. She sounds like a 12-year-old stupid, spoiled brat. Darling, I just need to get used to the idea. It's a shock. I can tell in Georgia there was something very special between you. His bank account. But marriage? In Georgia, he wanted me to be a submissive, but I won't tell her that. Have you set a date? No. I wish your father was alive, she whispers. Oh no. Not this. Not this now. Who even do we think her mother even knows who her father is? Because I don't. I know, Mom. I would have liked to know him too. Yeah, so she has mystery dead father from before she was born. That is every mom's go-to when she has no idea who the fuck daddy is. I guarantee you, her mother has no idea who her father is, none whatsoever. He only held you once, and he was so proud. He thought you were the most beautiful girl in the world. Her voice is a deathly hush as the familiar tale is retold. Again. She'll be in tears next. Are we assuming the mom is day drunk? Because I think she's day drunk. I know, Mom. And then he died. She sniffs, and I know this has set her off as it does every time. Mom, I whisper, wanting to reach down the phone and hold her. I'd be hanging up the phone. I'm done. I'm a silly old woman, she murmurs. Her mom in the movies is like 30. And sniffs again. Of course I'm happy for you, darling. Does Ray know? She adds, and she seems to have recovered her equilibrium. Christian's just asked him. Oh, that's sweet. Good. She sounds melancholic, but she's making an effort. Yes, it was, I murmur. Anna, darling, I love you so much. I am happy for you. It's so nice when your mother has to clarify that, yes, I'm happy that you're happy. I have literally said to bitches, they were church bitches, when I was talking about a new relationship I was in and I was happy, but they disapproved because it was an online relationship. And I basically lost my temper for a moment and looked at one of them right in the face and said, why can't you just be happy that I'm happy? Because that was a valid point at the moment, because their only objection was that I was dating somebody online. They were close by, actually, and we were planning to meet, but that I wasn't dating a real life in person idiot when there was nobody suitable for me in my like sphere at the time. So, but these were, this was in like early 2000s with a bunch of idiots that didn't understand the internet or anything about it and think that everyone on the internet is a pedophile or rapist or something like that. But they also didn't understand how an online relationship can be real, because it's like, well, you're not really with them, you're not really touching. Well, feelings are real, you fucking twit. Like, seriously, it's so stupid. I don't have to sit across from a table and have a cup of coffee with somebody to know them. You know what? I can Zoom them and have a cup of coffee. But yeah, like, at some point, stop fucking disapproving. If you're gonna be happy for your friend, be happy. Shut your fucking mouth. In this case, everybody has the right to judge her because it's the most obvious bullshit in the world, and nobody's going to believe they're in love, just like nobody believed Bella and Edward were in love, and why we have Anna Kendrick giving the only good line in the entire movie of, "Do you think Bella will be showing?" And she's entirely right to say it. And you both must visit. So now they're supposed to go visit both their parents. Yes, Mom. I love you too. Bob's calling me. I have to go. Let's have a date. We need to plan. Are you having a big wedding? Big wedding. Crap. I hadn't even thought about that. Big wedding? No, I don't want a big wedding. You have all the money in the world. Have a big wedding. You know what I'd do? I'd have a big wedding. I'd invite every homeless person in the entire city to come to a magic, like, buffet of everything. And I'd have, like, free clothes set up so, like, people could get back on their feet and shit. I'd do something like that. I'd make it a charity event and have a huge wedding with tons of money. I mean, the guy has said he makes $125,000 every 15 minutes, so I think I can spend one day of his earnings on the wedding. Maybe two. I don't know yet. Just as soon as I do, I'll call. Good. You take care now and be safe. You two need to have some fun. Plenty of time for kids later. Foreshadow harder, E.L. James. Fucking foreshadow harder, I dare you. Also, foreshadowing is meant to be subtle. This is getting hit in the face with a brick. Kids. And there it is again. A not so veiled reference to the fact that she had me so early. So yeah, her mom really did have her when she was a teenager. That's why her mom in the movies is very young. Mom, I didn't really ruin your life, did I? If you have to ask your parents this, you had shitty parents. She gasped. Oh no, Anna, never think that. You were the best thing that ever happened to your father and me, whoever that was. I just wish he was here to see you so grown up and getting married. She's wistful and maudlin again. I wish that too. Like, her mom's an alcoholic as well. Like, even in the movie, she's drinking in everything that she's in. And even when Anna's with her, her mother's encouraging her third mimosa at like 7:30 in the morning. I shake my head thinking about my mythical father. So she knows that her mom made this up. Mom, I'll let you go. I'll call soon. I love you, darling. Me too, Mom. Goodbye. So on some level, she knows her mom's full of it. But the things you let your parents get away with. I can remember letting my mom get away with a few things that I knew were lies. Nothing like that, though. She never made any secret of who my father was. That wasn't an issue in our family. It just wasn't. But not that my father ever denied it or anything, but it just wasn't an issue. But she lied about other things, one of which I never forgave her for. Though, in fairness, when I caught her out at it, I told her, if you go through with this, I will never ever forgive you for the rest of my life. She was dumb. Well, actually, somebody else. She was going to walk away and do the right thing as a parent until somebody else who had no right to opened their mouth. And I still would like to break this person's neck because my mom wound up being talked into going through with a horrible idea, traumatized me, and destroyed our relationship forever. I was about 11 or 12, and she did something that broke my trust on a level I never trusted her again, and that was it. She died when I was 17, and I never trusted her again after that, ever. And I made it very clear to her that's exactly what happened. She didn't believe me. Or she got talked into it by an idiot. I think she knew I was telling the truth, but I think she thought that after, like, a while I would come around. I never did. And she knew it on some level. And we never got the chance to fix that. We were just getting to a place where maybe we could have talked that out like another 5 years, but then she died, so. But yeah, that moment was the last moment she was ever a mother to me. After that, she was just horrible person that I lived with that I couldn't wait to get away from. I had nothing left after that. You know what's really creepy? Many, many years later, I knew someone who her daughter had the same issues that I had that made this thing be an issue. And she had done exactly what my mom had done. She had made the same like critical error, stupid mistake. And I said to her, I'm like, and your daughter's never trusted you since then, has she? It changed your relationship, didn't it? And this was for her, this was only like a year after she'd done the thing. And she was like, yeah, I see that. And I'm like, yeah, you destroyed every ounce of trust your daughter ever had in you when you did that. Believe me, I know. And at the time, my mom had been dead like 10 years. And I was like, yeah, my mom's been dead for 10 years. I'm still pissed off at her for doing what you did. I'm still actively angry at her and I will never forgive her. And I told it to that person hoping she would get the chance to actually fix the relationship that I never had. You know, I don't know what became of it, but hopefully she at least tried. Or at least went to her daughter and said, okay, that thing that you hate me for, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it. I'm very, very sorry and I'll never do it again. And I know I can probably never make it up to you, but I'm going to try. Kristen's Kitchen is a dream to work in. How are we still on the first? It's 10:40 and we're still on the first chapter. We're getting somewhere though. There's still like 25 pages left. How is this possible? For a man who knows nothing about cooking, he seems to have everything. I suspect Mrs. Jones loves to cook too. The only thing I need is some high quality chocolate for the frosting. Honey, buy frosting in a can. It's better than anything you could make, trust me. Unless you're going to do like actual ganache. That's a different thing. I leave the two halves of the cake on the cooling rack, grab my purse, and pop my head around Christian's study door. He's concentrating on his computer screen. He looks up at me and smiles. I'm just heading to the store to pick up some ingredients. Okay, he frowns at me. What? You're going to put some jeans on or something? Oh, come on. Christian, they're just my legs. Because he's complaining that her dress is too short to go out in public. The dress that he bought her, which is like a knee length dress. He's already like, no, you need to put jeans under your knee length, perfectly acceptable dress. Because I am taking that level of possess. He's going to have her in a burqa, like by the end of the honeymoon. He gazes at me, not amused. This is going to be a fight. And it's his birthday. I roll his eyes at him, feeling like an errant teenager. What if we were at the beach? I take a different tact. We're not at the beach. Would you object if we were at the beach? He considers this for a moment. No, he says simply. I roll my eyes again and smirk at him. Well, just imagine we are. Laters. I turn and bolt for the foyer. I make it to the elevator before he catches up with me. Are you fucking kidding me? As the doors close, I wave at him, grinning sweetly as he watches, helpless, but fortunately amused, with narrowed eyes. He shakes his head in exasperation, and then I can see him no more. So he literally tried to run after her and stop her from leaving because he disapproved of her state of dress. She's not walking down the street in a fucking string bikini here. She's wearing a normal sundress that anybody would wear. But she's acting like she's literally describing escaping from her fiance because he doesn't like the dress and tried to physically stop her from leaving because he didn't approve of what she was wearing. What would he have done if he caught up to her? Here's my question of the week. If you are watching this later on, please, for the love of God, in the chat right now, people watching in the chat, write this, put this, post this right now. I want to know. And people in the comments later, what would Christian Grey have done if he got to her before she got in the elevator? What would he have done in this moment? I want your thoughts, please. Oh, that was exciting. Adrenaline is pounding through my veins, and my heart feels like it wants to exit my chest. But as the elevator descends, so do my spirits. Shit, what have I done? I have a tiger by the tail. He's going to be mad when I get back. Thoughts you shouldn't have about your fiancé. My subconscious is glaring at me over her half-moon spectacles. A willow switch in her hand. Shit, I think about what little experience I have with men. I've never lived with one before. Well, except Ray, and for some reason he doesn't count. He's my dad. Well, the man I consider my dad. And now I have Christian. He's never really lived with anyone, I think. I'll have to ask him. If he's still talking to me. I'm sorry, you think he's gonna go to not talking to you level because you went out in a dress he considers too short because he's a controlling fucking sexist pig? Like, why is any of this here? Why is it? Just go back to when they were fucking in the red room. He makes her come by sticking a finger up her ass. End of book. You don't need this contrived, they're gonna have a stupid fight bullshit to set up for the third one. But I feel strongly that I should wear what I like. I remember his rules. Yes, this must be hard for him, but he sure as hell paid for this dress. He should have given Neiman's better instructions. Nothing too short. Okay, so fucking confirmed he bought this dress for her. Meaning he likes it on the other girls, but not her because he literally wants her in a burqa. I swear to fucking God. This is so dumb. I'm going to burn this page. I'm going to burn this page tonight. Well, I like this slide. I'm not going to burn tonight. I'm going to burn the page next to this page tonight. This skirt isn't that short, is it? I checked the large mirror in the lobby. Damn. Yes, it's quite short. But I've made a stand now, and no doubt I'll have to face the consequences. I wonder idly what he'll do. But first I need cash. Okay, so she's already anticipating that he's going to punish her physically by beating her because she went out in a short skirt that he disapproved of. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm going to say this. He's not her daddy. He doesn't get to dictate. If she wants to walk around in a string bikini, that's her goddamn business. She's a grown adult. He can shut the fuck up, and so can everyone else on planet Earth. But she's anticipating him physically beating her out of anger when she gets home because, oh yeah, I guess he was right. The skirt is too short, but I insisted on wearing it anyway, and now I have to put up with the consequences. Stop with the infantilizing. Granted, in this case, she's being treated like she's 13 and not 3, but it's still infantilizing of a grown woman. I seriously, I was in high school and post-high school age when the micro mini postage stamp skirt where half your vagina was showing was a thing. So I guarantee you, whatever this skirt is not that bad. I stare at my receipt from the ATM. $51,689.16. That's $50,000 too much. Anastasia, you're going to have to learn to be rich too, if you say yes. And so it begins. I take my paltry $50 and make my way to the store. Why are you even getting cash? Why are you even getting cash? You obviously have a debit card and it's like 2012. Why are you bothering to get cash? Just use your debit card at the store. But it's so we can see that there's $50,000 in her account. Why? I don't know. I think the car was 24 and she gave that to charity, so I don't know. I have no idea why the fuck there's money in her account, and I don't care. It's stupid. I head straight to the kitchen when I arrive back, and I can't help but feeling a frisson of alarm. Christian's still in his study. Geez, that's most of the afternoon. I decide my best option is to face him and see how much damage I've done. By wearing what she fucking wanted on her own body, and nobody has the right to fucking judge. Unless her ass or her vagina was hanging out, which they were not, nobody has the right to fucking judge. Now, if she feels uncomfortable in it, that's a different matter. However, that's not what is being said here. What is being said is that the skirt was, quote, too short, as in, like, too revealing. Oh my god, you whore, showing your, what, above the knees? Christ. This is the religious Mormon bullshit worming its way back in. And it's being harped on because now she's an engaged woman, so she should be covered head to toe for everyone except her hubby, right? Again, why does E.L. James, if you want to write a book about like fucking marrying into the Taliban, please fucking do it and stop writing this garbage and having those themes and pretending that you don't. Now, again, this is much worse than the Mr. and the Mrs., and that's why we called it Afghanabania, and it's completely appropriate because clearly she wanted to set it in Afghanistan and somebody said no, but it still carries all those themes to a disgusting level. But there's elements of it right here. Like, yeah. There's elements of it right here. I peek cautiously around his study door. He's on the phone, staring out the window. And the Eurocopter specialist is due Monday afternoon. Is that a real? That sounds like a. I'm sorry, my Eurocopter specialist just made me think of hookers. Good. Just keep me informed. Tell them I'll need their additional findings either Monday evening or Tuesday morning. He hangs up and swivels his chair around, but stills when he sees me, his expression impassive. Hi, I whisper. He says nothing, and my heart free falls into my stomach. Gingerly, I walk into his study and around his desk to where he's sitting. He still says nothing, and his eyes never leaving mine. I stand in front of him, feeling 50 shades of foolish. Huh. I'm back. Are you mad at me? It just became my goal in life to never say that phrase again. Because I know why I say that phrase and what I'm expecting when I do. And now I'm wondering how many of mommy's husbands raped her when she was a little girl because I know why you say that phrase. Probably all of them except for Ray. That's why she likes him.
It would make her entire lack of personality and her willingness to be sexually abused by this man make sense. Anyone ever see the Law & Order SVU episode Downloaded Child, season 15? I can't remember. It's called Downloaded Child, season 15, something. The girl in that, who looks a lot like Layla, by the way. If it's the same actress, I wouldn't be surprised. But her. He sighs, reaches out for my hand, and then pulls me into his lap, wrapping his arms around me. He buries his nose in my hair. By the way, every time he does the smelling your hair thing, I have this image of Claude Frollo smelling Esmeralda's hair. By the way, another Disney fact, canonically, she's 14, and he's 71. And yes, she was based off Demi Moore, who was in her 30s at the time and did the voice, not the singing. That was somebody else. Though, like, really, I gotta say, they did find that one in particular. They found a really good singing match. It's hard to tell it's two different people. So hats off. Um, and yeah, but every time he smells her hair, all I'm getting is Claude Frollo. Though seriously, if you've never seen Hunchback of Notre Dame, the animated, please do. It has the best villain song they ever did. It's called Hellfire. You can find it on YouTube. I listen to it regularly. It's one of the best songs Disney ever, 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 ever made. It's genuinely a good song in its own right, not just for being animated, not because it's Disney. It's a good song in its own right. It's so good. And the animation is so great. And I can't remember his name. The guy who voiced I can see his face. I know who it is. The guy who voiced Claude Frollo. I can see his face. God damn it. He was like super old then. I think he's still alive too. And he's like, I've seen him in so many things. Chat, help me. Somebody, who the fuck voiced Claude Frollo, please? I can see his face. Cromwell. James Cromwell? No. Or he played James Cromwell. Or he played somebody named Cromwell in the Tudors. Oh, what's his name? God damn it, I can't remember. What the fuck is his name? Yes, David Kidd. He was classically trained. I know. That's why he did his own singing. I know he did his own singing and it was fucking amazing and he deserves all the praise. Did he win? Did he actually win a Tony or he was nominated for an Oscar? The song was nominated or something. I think it was. What is his name? Fuck. I can see him. I can see his face because I've seen the behind the scenes clip of him recording the song. And it's amazing and heartbreaking and beautiful and I can't remember his name. What's his name? Is it James Cromwell? Is it the crazy glued himself to a counter for Peter or some shit lately? He's got like a little nuts activism. But he was in like first season of the Tudors. Was it James Cromwell? That's not his name. Or did he play it? Tony J. Is that his real name? Seriously? That's his name? Tony J? Why am I thinking of someone else? Because I can see his face. Maybe I don't know his name. Maybe I'm confusing two different people. It's entirely possible I'm confusing two different people. There's several characters he's played. Entirely possible. Entirely fucking possible. Now Google's gonna tell me because I need to show. Okay, when I type in search, just bring up my goddamn
Keyboard, not a bunch of crap. Tony J. I guess I didn't know his name. Maybe I didn't know his name. But yeah, that's him. He's been in everything. He's amazing. He's so fucking amazing. Like his voice. Oh, he's dead? Oh, he died. I didn't know he died. That's sad. But yeah, he's fucking amazing. Thank you. I didn't mean to doubt you. I really didn't. I just never heard his name before, I think, and I think I was confusing him with somebody else who's similar. But yeah, he is amazing. And the video of him recording it behind the scenes and him talking about it and what it meant to him and why he agreed to do it when he knew it was a really sick and perverted, twisted role, and he was kind of worried about backlash for playing such an obviously evil and perverted character, because he's obviously like sexually lusting after the 14-year-old Esmeralda and basically tries to get her to sell herself into sexual service. He says, you know, you can belong to me and basically be my concubine, or I will burn you as a witch. And she spits in his face and says, burn me. I can sing it, but obviously in a girl's voice. But I can sing a lot of Disney songs. I once, no joke, this is true. I was at a friend's house, because he was out at my place, so I was staying with them. They have 3 kids at the time, including a little girl that I was helping out. We were putting the kids to bed, so I said I'd tuck in the about 3-year-old at the time, and so tucked her in, you know, and she didn't want a story, but she wanted a song, and so I started singing the "A Dream Is a Wish Your Heart Makes" song from Cinderella, because I asked her a couple of different Disney songs, so I was pretty sure she'd know some Disney, and that was the first one. She was like, yeah, that song. And I started singing it, and the door was open, and I remember the parents coming up, and actually they yelled at the older daughters in the next room and said, "We didn't say you could put a movie on because it's the first song in the movie." And they thought that they had put in the DVD of Cinderella because I was mimicking the song perfectly. I can sing well in my own right, but certain songs I can actually mimic perfectly the tone. And so I remember the looks on their faces when they opened the door and saw that it was me singing, not the DVD, because that is one of those songs that if my voice has had a chance, like obviously I can't do it on live, I'll get struck immediately, but if my voice is in good shape, and I get a little like 10-minute practice, I can sing that like note for note, where you could overlay the sound wave to the original and it would turn like mostly match, like 90-95%. No, not Let It Go. Though I sing a mean powerhouse version of Let It Go. I rock the Let It Go, but more in the Demi Lovato fashion than the Elsa fashion. My favorite line being, "Here I stand in the light of day," and I can rip an aria on that. I've done it in front of people a couple times and generally get the look of. But I was a choir girl growing up. I've been in dozens of choirs: school, church, Kiwanis Festival. Oh, good night, Night Wolf. Take care. Sleep well. Try to pet a wolf tomorrow before it gets too cold and they huddle up in their dens. But take care. Thank you for calling me young lady. You're a liar, but you're sweet. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. I curl up in his lap, inhaling his heavenly Christian smell, feeling safe regardless of the fact that he's mad. There you go! That may be the absolute pinnacle of she is so brainwashed that when he beats her to death, she won't even raise a hand to stop it. Because she's come back to him admitting, oh yes, that skirt was too short for me to wear out. I should have listened to you. And I fully accept that you're going to physically beat me because I wore it against your wishes. Like she's his fucking child now because the infantilism is complete. Hello, persnickety! Yes, we're at the part where Christian is a controlling douchebag, Nana's a doormat with no personality. And now she's agreed to marry him and he's trying to dress her and she went out in a skirt that was too short. Slut. So now he's going to beat the crap out of her. And yet she says, even though she says, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. This is her apologizing for wearing a skirt that he said was too short. But she insisted on wearing it out anyway, only to discover, oh, he's right, it is too short. She's a grown-ass woman! And this is like a knee-length fucking dress, as it's being described. Also, by the way, E.L. James, you're shit fucking writer, because in an earlier, like 5 pages ago, you said she was wearing a turquoise dress, and yet in the last 2 pages, it's been referred to as a skirt. Did you forget what you fucking dressed her in, you fucking dumbass? And it's described as being knee-length. That's not too fucking short. And I don't care what my husband or anyone else has to say about what I am wearing. If I am wearing it and I'm comfortable in my body, everyone else can fuck right off. But no, she's feeling safe regardless of the fact that he's mad. When up till now, she's always been terrified of him when he's mad because he gets violent and loses control. So, yeah. I say he's been roofing her with every meal, and that oil he rubbed all over her was straight out of PDD's fucking baby oil factory, which for anyone who hasn't heard, apparently all the baby oil at PDD's place was laced with GHB. She really doesn't. She really, really, really does not. And I love that we agreed one book before the number of books that I've read, because I love that you're getting ahead. You're right. You're already right in advance. The next book will be exactly the same, so you're right in advance of the next time. This is why you're the best, persnickety. How's Sasha? How's Sasha doing? Is she allowed outside yet? Like, at all? Because she's got to be so bored. She's all cooped up. Like, come on. She can at least sit in the window and bark at some rabbits, because this is all their fault. The rabbits did this. They conspired against her. They did this. So is just no running. Aww. How exactly do you explain to a dog that they're not allowed to run? Because seriously, if I tried to tell that to Bo, he really only has 2 speeds, sleeping and run. So I'm not sure how I would ever be able to stop him from running. No, at least she can hold up her toys to see if anyone going by wants to play with her, and growl at the bunnies. I'm sure she's got a good long distance warning growl to just put out there. to make sure everyone knows this is her yard and no four-legged, good luck charms allowed with their fluffy cottontails. Though we all know if she ever got within a mile of a rabbit or got close enough to bite one, she'd back up and be like, "Come on, you're supposed to keep ahead of me. This is a chasing you game. I'm not supposed to win." Her and every other dog. It's like what the Joker says in The Dark Knight. I'm a guy chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with it if I caught one. That's most dogs when they're chasing rabbits. Because it's not about catching the bunny. It's just about running and chasing and having fun. Because they think that the bunny is enjoying this game. Dogs are kind of dumb like that. She's into it. She wants to catch the bunny and make dinner out of it. She wants some rabbit meat for dinner. Yeah. I'll bet they squeak on their own when she gets too close, too. Oh, poor things. All of them. Me neither. Wear what you like, he murmurs. He runs his hand up my bare leg. Somebody has felt themselves be summoned. I'm talking about another dog, and they're jealous. Come here. Hi. Look what we got. Look, it's a puppy. Look, it's a puppy. Oh my God, he's going, what are you doing? That's not how you hold me. Mommy, no, that's not how you hold me. Mommy, I'm not being appropriately held. I'm not being appropriately held, and I don't like it. Mommy, this is not how you hold me. Okay, no, that's how we hold him. Yeah, this is what we do. Let go of the wire. There we go. Yeah, this is what he's used to, where he just lays in my arms and he gets held and stares at me and licks my makeup off and gets told that he's a good boy. Yes, a good boy. Yes, a good boy. And he just farted and it smells really bad. Did you have to fart? Did you have to fart? Huh? Did you have to fart? Are you helping the puppy try to steal the ducks? He is in cahoots. By the way, persnickety. See Ralph? I got him on screen. It's not good, but he's on screen. So your duck is well represented. He still needs a friend, but at least I figured out how to get them on screen permanently for now. I'm going to do better. The stage will move closer. I will figure out a way to make it better. I'm still waiting for the leaves to turn. I'm going to add autumn leaves to make it fall themed, but there's no fall colors yet. It's been the last 2 days have been super warm after it's been freezing for a week, and then it's supposed to be freezing again tomorrow. So I forgive the trees for not knowing how to change their colors yet, but when we get some autumn leaves, there will be autumn leaves. I'm going to fall it up. Yes, you're still staring at me being a sucky because you're a sucky puppy. You did a sucky puppy. Hey, did a sucky puppy. You're a sucky puppy. Yeah, did a sucky puppy. Oh, come here. Come here, rub the belly. Yes, rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Rub the belly, rub the belly. See, this is what he really wants. This is what he really wants. It's just love me. Rub the belly and love me. Num puppy, love me. I'm so cute and love me. I'm so cute. I'm so cute. Num puppy. Num puppy. I don't know what's going on, but I'm being loved on. And I just love everything, and I'm such a puppy. Yeah, I'm such a puppy. You're so cute, such a puppy. You're so cute. Look how cute it is. Somebody screenshot this. Somebody please screenshot this for me, because it's really cute. This is really, really cute. Yes, you're so cute. Oh, it's so cute. Somebody screenshot this for me. Look at his foot. Look at the foot. It's so cute. He's a little puppy. He's so cute. Oh, it's squishy cute. Oh, it's so squishy. All right, I really got to finish this chapter before midnight, okay? Okay? Good boy. I love you. You're so squishy. Love you in your belly, and you're so squishy. Okay, now go tell the kitty that he can't have the ducks to chew on. Okay. I know the two of you have been conspiring. I heard you talking. I heard you. Don't deny it. I heard you. The two of you are conspiring to steal the ducks because you want him to not be mean to you. So you're going to help him steal the ducks because he thinks they're food. No stealing the ducks, okay? No eating Ralph. Ralph is a friend, not food. Okay? Okay? Yeah, he says okay. He says he'll keep Ralph safe. As long as the kitty's not too mean to him. Okay, go lay down. Good boy. That's a good boy. You're so cute. He got a lot of high quality barking and even some growling this week, which is a big improvement for him. He made actual attempts to sound intimidating. I'm under his puppy bed, but don't tell him you know that. Me neither. Wear what you like, he murmurs. He runs his hand up my bare leg to my thigh. Besides, this dress, we're back to being a dress. So we've gone dress, skirt, dress. Fuck you. Fuck you and everyone who supposedly edited this. Fuck you all if you didn't see that. He bends to kiss me, and as our lips touch, passion or lust or a deep-seated need to make amends. Need to make amends! For what? For what? She has not done anything that needs making amending to. He said, I don't want you going out in that skirt because it's too short. And she said, fuck you, I'm a grown woman, I'll wear what I want. Only to get out in public, oh, it is too short, I don't like it, he was right. And so what, he's allowed to physically beat her? Now she's going to give him sex to make amends because she disobeyed him? Because he fucking owns her now that they're engaged? This is such disgusting crap. And this is following a chapter that was so much fucking daddy issues, I can't even. Deep-seated need to make amends lances through me, and as desire floods my blood, I seize his head in my hands, thrusting my fingers in his hair. Now she's doing it. And before I'm even aware of it, he's unzipping his pants, pulling me astride his lap, and sinking into me. I grasp the back of the chair, my feet just touching the ground as we start to move. So, of course, he's gonna fuck her into being a good girl again. Yes, I'll fuck away your sin, darling. How many billions has the Catholic Church paid out for that phrase? Well, it made it into this book. Keep losing my place. A deep-seated need to make amends. There we go. And before I know what's going on, he's unzipping his pants and putting his penis in my vagina because that's completely consensual. No, I don't care. They're engaged. I like your version of sorry. He breathes into my hair. And I like yours, I giggle, snuggling against his chest. Have you finished? Christ, Anna, you want more? Seriously, you have to question if he finished? He's not using a condom, I think you know. No, your work. I'll be done in a half hour. I heard your message on your voicemail. From yesterday? You sounded worried. I hug him tightly. I was. It's not like you not to respond. He kisses my hair. Your cake should be ready in half an hour. I smile at him and climb off his lap, looking forward to it. It smelled delicious, evocative even, while it was baking. You've never smelled a cake baked before? Of course he hasn't. Everything was ordered. I smile shyly down at him, feeling a little self-conscious, and he mirrors my expression. Geez, are we really so different? Yes! Perhaps it's his early memories of baking. You think his crack whore mother baked him chocolate cake? Leaning down, I plant a swift kiss on the corner of his mouth and make my way to the kitchen. I'm all prepared when I hear him come out of his study
and I light the solitary gold candle on his cake. He gives me an ear-splitting grin as he saunters towards me, and I softly sing happy birthday to him. He leans over and blows it out, closing his eyes. I've made my wish, he says as he opens them again, and for some reason his look makes me flush. The frosting is still soft. I hope you like it. I can't wait to taste it, Anastasia. He's definitely talking about eating her. He murmurs and he makes that sexy sound. I cut us each a slice and we dig in with small pastry forks. He groans in appreciation. This is why I want to marry you. I laugh with relief. He likes it. As in what? He was gonna spit it in your face and tell you it tastes like garbage? I don't understand the point of anything I've read in the last 2 hours. The first hour, I get it, you're picking up, but this is all unnecessary. There's still a whole other chapter. I'm gonna finish the chapter, then I'm taking 5 because I really have to pee. Ready to face my family? Christian switches the R8 ignition off. We're parked in his parents' driveway. Yes. Are you going to tell them? Of course. I'm looking forward to seeing their reactions. He smiles wickedly at me and climbs out of the car. It's 7:30, and though it's been a warm day, there's a cool evening breeze blowing off the bay. I pull up my wrap around. I I pull my wrap around me as I step out of the car. I'm wearing an emerald green cocktail dress I found this morning while I was rummaging through the closet. It has a wide matching belt. I've never understood putting a belt on a dress. Christian takes my hand and we head to the front door. Unless it's like a shirt slash dress that's really a shirt and you're wearing jeans under it and then you add a belt, that I understand. Christian takes my hand and we head to the front door. Carrick opens it wide before he can knock. Christian, hello. Happy birthday, son. He takes Christian's pro-offered hand but pulls him into a brief hug, surprising him. Thanks, Dad. Anna, how lovely to see you again. He hugs me too, and we follow him into the house. Before we can set foot in the living room, Kate comes barreling down the hall towards the two of us. She looks furious. Why is Kate there? Oh yeah, because she's sucking Ethan's dick. Ethan or Elliot. Whichever one is Christian's brother, she's been riding that dick at the same time because I maintain this was a plan between the two of them to pick up two stupid college girls and see who could have the most sex with the two of them before discarding them like trash or murdering them or both. Because they've definitely played that game before. Also, how has E.L. James not written like the spin-off series of Kate and Elliot? Well, 50 Shades was going on and we were all focused on Anna and Christian. Here's the real story of Kate and Elliot when they were in Barbados or for the entire 3 books where they literally did nothing but fuck. Like, how has she not written that yet? Or like paid AI to write it? It'll happen. Give it time. Oh no. You too. I want to talk to you. She snarls in her better not fucking mess with me voice. I glance nervously at Christian, who shrugs and decides to humor her as we follow her into the dining room, leaving Karak bemused on the threshold of the living room. She's in his house, by the way. She shuts the front door and turns on me. What the fuck is this? She hisses and waves a piece of paper at me. Completely at a loss, I take it from her and scan it. My mouth dries. Holy shit. It's my email response to Christian, discussing the contract. End of chapter. We got one more. It's about 20. It's 22 pages. It's 22 pages because I hate myself tonight because it's nearly midnight. And it's going to take me till 2 a.m. to speed read this. And I should be going to bed right now and doing this next week, but I'm not going to because it would be way too short and pathetic. So we will speed read it after I'm going to say 2 to 3 minute break because I really do have to pee and get, I was going to get a snack, but fuck it, I'm not hungry. So yeah, we'll come back and speed read the very last chapter of the book. There's no epilogue in this one, curiously. But 5-minute break, and then we will be very much back at it. So get a snack, stretch, pet a fur baby. We'll be right back.
And we're back. Thank you, Ralph, for keeping watch. The other pets are asleep. He had to do it. He's a very good guard duck. All right. Final chapter of the book. How did I not label this the grand finale and have sparklers or some shit? I don't know. How is there 20 goddamn fucking pages of this left? I don't know. I'm gonna try and do this in record time, so I'm not gonna be here another 2 hours. I guarantee you that. So. Chapter 22. Final chapter. By the way, this book is 10 chapters shorter than the previous one, and yet I think it outpaces it on page count. No wonder it's such a goddamn mess that I couldn't keep pace with. I guarantee you, the third one, I'm going to go through it beforehand and lay out what chapters are getting what weeks, so I'm not getting caught with a 70-page fucking week again. Goddamn no. All the color drains from my face as my blood turns to ice and fear laces through my body. Instinctively, I step between her and Christian. Like she's gonna what? She's gonna shoot him? The world would be a better place if she did. What is it? Christian murmurs, his tone wary. I ignore him. I cannot believe Kate is doing this. Well, when has she seen you since you met him? You've seen her 3 times, and one of those he was breaking into the apartment after he made you cry so he could rape you in your own bed. That's when Kate should have called the police, honest to God. Kate, this has nothing to do with you. I glare venomously at her, anger replacing my fear. How dare she do this? Not now, not today, not on Christian's birthday. Surprised by my response, she blinks at me, green eyes wide. Anna, what is it? Christian says again, his tone more menacing. Christian, would you just go, please? I ask him. No, show me. He holds out his hand, and I know he's not to be argued with. God forbid she should have any fucking privacy. His voice cold and hard. Reluctantly, I give him the email. What's he done to you? Kate asks, ignoring Christian. She looks so apprehensive. I flush as myriad erotic images flick quickly through my mind. It's none of your business, Kate. I can't keep exasperation out of my voice. Where did you get this? Christian asks, his head cocked to one side, his face expressionless, but his voice so menacingly soft. Kate flushes. So he's threatening to murder her friend, basically. That's irrelevant. At his stony glare, she hastily continues. It was in the pocket of a jacket, which I assume is yours, that I found on the back of Anna's bedroom door. Okay, so again, him leaving his business out there for everyone to see. You got no one but yourself to blame, idiot. Who you gonna fucking murder now? Kate's steeliness slips a little, but she seems to recover and scowls at him. She's a beacon of hostility in a slinky, bright red dress. She looks magnificent, but why the hell is she going through my clothes? It's usually the other way around. Well, then you don't get to bitch, do you? Because you're just the same, dumb slut. Seriously, if I started calling her dumb slut for the rest of this book, would it really make a difference? For the rest of the series, because that's all she is. She's if you gave life to a fucking blow-up doll, but not a personality or a brain. Have you told anyone? Christian's voice is like a silk glove. Right here. Right here all day. No, of course not, Kate snaps, affronted. She's a journalist, and she has an email saying that, the most eligible bachelor in the world, billionaire local celeb Christian Grey, she just got out of college, has no job, but she's got an email proving he's kinky as fuck. And we're supposed to believe she hasn't gone to the New York Times and said, I'd like a high-paying job, and this is what I bring to the table to get it? I'm sorry, but no. The way Kate is portrayed, she sold this information to buy herself a career. And rightly fucking so. I wouldn't blame her for a second, and I would blame the two of them for being that stupid. Christian nods and appears to relax. He turns his head towards the fireplace. By the way, the only reason he would care, because it's not about money. He can buy his way out of whatever. He's not going to face criminal charges for anything he's done. So we're supposed to believe that he's embarrassed by it. He'd be publicly humiliated. He doesn't give a flying fuck. If anything, it would only make his dick bigger and harder to know that he's getting away with it publicly and openly. He doesn't feel things like shame or embarrassment, you idiot. He turns his head towards the fireplace. Wordlessly, Kate and I watch as he picks up the lighter from the mantelpiece and sets fire to the email, releasing it, letting it float a fire slowly to the grate until it's no more. Yeah, that sounds safe. The silence in the room is oppressive. Not even Elliot? I ask, turning my attention back to Kate. No one, she says emphatically. So we're supposed to believe Christian's brother doesn't know he's a kinky bastard. I so press X to doubt, because I bet he's taught his brother several things. And for the first time, she looks puzzled and hurt. I just want to know you're okay, Anna, she whispers. Again, this is not the character as written, but she's not a real character. She hasn't existed in this entire goddamn book until now. In chapters that shouldn't exist because they're useless. I'm fine, Kate. More than fine. Please, Christian and I are good. Really good. This is old news. Please ignore it. Ignore it, she says. How can I ignore that? What's he done to you? Her friend is right. She has basically been kidnapped by this guy for several weeks and physically and sexually abused, tormented, like berated, stalked, mind screwed, fucking manipulated, brainwashed. Yeah, her friend is right. Her friend is the last bastion of sanity. She's the person at the end, like screaming about pod people that everyone thinks is crazy after everyone's been replaced. She's that person, okay? She's the one saying Soylent Green is people. I don't even know that movie, but I know that reference. I don't even know what movie that's from, but I know the reference. Kate is that person, but she's about to be sent to the loony bin or guillotine to shut her up for the sake of book convenience. Or she's going to go, she's going to turn to Caroline and do the 180 Hern Teal turn and be like, oh, I was pissed until I can see that you really love him and it's true love, so everything's fine, even if it's abusive and disgusting. Fuck. He hasn't done anything to me, Kate. Honestly, I'm good. He's done a fuck ton to you. That is the biggest lie possibly in the entire series. She blinks at me. Really? She asks. See, here we go. Here we go with the lobotomizing of Kate. She was the only semi-real character in the entire thing except for Dashes of Prey. Between the two of them, they almost made one real person. Well, no, between the two of them, they almost made 33% of one real person. But here we go. She's about to fade into the background, never to be seen again. If she's even mentioned in the third book, I'll be surprised, other than attending the wedding, and that's it. But yes, persnickety, this is what the book is selling. Physical and sexual abuse are okay if they really, really, really love you and are really fucking rich. You know, I'm going to take this opportunity to do my third shout out of the evening so I don't have to remember to do it later for all those in attendance. My third shout out of the evening, because for some reason I've decided 3 is the perfect number and I'm drunk enough to say it without blushing my ass off. For all those wishing to tip or donate, $10 gets a duck drawn out of the bag that you get to name. It is a randomly drawn duck. I won't look. I don't know what it is, so you get what you get, but you get to name it. For 25, I will put on the handcuffs and struggle against them so that they leave marks and hurt really bad, and you can watch, and it's really fun and kinky, and I like it. For 50, I will top up this glass and chug it right now, which I would really like to do. And so there's my final shout out of the evening. Now I don't have to remember. Though I missed the handcuffs. Where are they? I had them. Where are they? Okay, they're here. I missed these. I haven't had these on in weeks. I missed these, okay? My wrists are way too comfortable and I don't have any restraint marks on them. That's bad. Okay, that's bad for me. I need I tried sleeping with them on a few times, but I got informed that was probably a bad idea. Plus, it doesn't leave any marks for some reason. I really thought that sleeping with them on would leave marks, but it really doesn't.
Her green eyes are so full of heartfelt concern. He hasn't done anything to me, Kate. Honestly, I'm good. I want to read this in such a melodramatic fashion. She blinks at me. Really? She asks. Christian wraps an arm around me and draws me close, not taking his eyes off Kate. Anna has consented to be my wife, Catherine, he says quietly. There's a threat if ever we've heard one. He's absolutely threatening her, and the way he says consented to be my wife, I think it's the only time he's ever used the word consent in his life. That's going in the burn video. Stay. Wife, Kate squeaks, her eyes widening in disbelief. We're getting married. We're going to announce our engagement this evening, he says. Oh, Kate gasps at me. She's stunned. I leave you alone for 16 days and this happens. Confirmed! Okay, fucking confirmed. Thank you, Kate Kavanaugh. Confirmed. She says she's been gone 16 days and she leaves about 4 days into this book, meaning this entire book takes place, including today, because this is the end. The whole thing is going to end on this day. So the entire book takes place in about 17 days, which is just shy of 3 weeks. The first book having taken place in about 2 weeks, 2.5 at most. So confirmed, absolutely 100% confirmed, that at the point they're getting engaged, they have known each other somewhere between 5 and 6 weeks, during which they broke up and didn't speak to each other for a week to 10 days at some point. After the 2 weeks. After about 2.5 weeks, they then had about a week, maybe week and a half. So that would take them to about the 4-week mark of where they didn't speak. And so then it's been about 2 weeks since then. So it's really more like 6 if you lay it out. No, still 5. No. We're saying we're on the edge of 6 weeks roughly. So yeah, entire 2 first books take place in 6 weeks. They get married, they get met, he rapes her and beats her into submission, brainwashes her, and completely reprograms her personality. Again, the best psyops experts in the world can completely break down a normal person's personality, sense of identity, and self within about 24 to 48 hours and replace it with an identity of their choosing within about 72. But those are the best experts in the world using extreme tactics. And it's not easy. And you have to have the right person to do it to in the first place to a degree, which she is. I have no doubt you could break her down and reprogram her and tell her her name is Britney Spears and she would be on stage singing and dancing within a month. You could absolutely do that because she's so fucking blank slate pliable. But that's effectively what he's done to her, is he has eradicated what little personality she had to begin with and has begun replacing it with his ideal perfect submissive. And so that's who she's turning into. So this contract that disgusted and frightened her, 5 weeks ago, now she's telling her best friend, oh, don't worry about it, it's in the past, it's fine, we worked it out, we made our peace with it. Or basically she's saying, I'm okay with him raping, beating, and abusing me now because he's like so dreamy and I think I'm in love with him because he basically beat me until I thought I was. I leave you alone for 16 days and this happens. It's very sudden. So yesterday when I said, she gazes at me lost, where does this email fit into all this? It doesn't, Kate. Forget it, please. I love him and he loves me. Don't do this. Don't ruin his party and our night, I whisper. She blinks and unexpectedly her eyes are shining with tears. There it is! There it is! There is Kate Kavanaugh, the only real person in these books, turning into a simp and a moron who's going to be like, oh, well, if you're happy, I'll overlook the fact that you're being brainwashed and abused and are going to end up dead. But I'll cry over your grave when Christian makes up an excuse of how you accidentally electrocuted yourself with a toaster in the bathtub. No, of course I won't. Are you okay? She wants reassurance. I've never been happier, I whisper. She reaches forward and grabs my hand, regardless of Christian's arm wrapped around me. So he's like
He's physically controlling her. He's gonna have her in fucking leg irons when they go out. I swear to God. I read this CSI. I don't know why somebody wrote this about CSI. They wrote a CSI Miami fanfic where Horatio goes crazy and kidnaps Callie in this weird BDSM relationship and ends up getting caught because he takes her out in public while she's still cuffed to a restaurant and releases her in public, and she's like been missing because like he kept her captive and bullshit. But this reminds me of that fanfic. Not that anyone's gonna know that, but basically it's a BDSM game gone too far and he gets psychotic. But this is if you took that notion and made a series out of it that was supposed to be sexy, and it's not. You're really okay? She asks hopefully. No, she's not. You need to take her to a deprogrammer immediately. Yes, I granted her, my joy returning. She's back on side. She smiles at me, my happiness reflecting back on her. What does that even mean? I step out of Christian's hold and she hugs me suddenly. Oh, Anna, I was so worried when I read this. I didn't know what to think. Will you explain it to me? She whispers. Did she think her friend was like turning into a hooker? Because seriously, if you find that out about one of your friends, be supportive and shut your mouth. One day, not now. So that's no. Good. I won't tell anyone. I love you so much, Anna. You're like my own sister. I just thought, I didn't know what to think. I'm sorry. If you're happy, then I am happy. She looks directly to Christian and repeats her apology. She's apologizing for having been concerned that her friend is being violently abused. And it's because Anna says, oh, don't worry about it. I'm happy. While in no way denying that everything in that contract is not happening. Kate Kavanaugh's the biggest idiot in the entire thing. She may be the most guilty person when Anna turns up dead because she had the inside knowledge and could have put a stop to it and didn't. So when she's at her friend's funeral, Kate Kavanaugh is largely responsible for not having stopped the death of Anastasia Steele, the murder of Anastasia Steele. Because in this moment, she had the opportunity to stop it, and she doesn't. Oh, yeah, sure. She has to apologize for being concerned that you're beating and raping her friend when she has it in writing. And again, Kate is supposed to be this, like, foaming at the mouth, blood-hungry, sharp instincts, the next coming of Walter Cronkite with tits, like, wannabe journalist, and she's got the story of her life in her fucking hand. She has proof. And could probably get more because she could definitely hack Anna's email or get Anna to leave it open and download the rest of it and their exchanges. She could have a Pulitzer-winning expose like, what's the guy who exposed Harvey Weinstein? I can see his face and he's the daughter, Ronan Farrow. She could be the next Ronan Farrow exposing Christian Grey as Harvey Weinstein. But no, she's going to throw that away. Because her friend said, oh, I don't want to talk about this, but I'll explain it to you later. But everything's fine. It's not what you think, Kate. Stop making a scene at his birthday. Fuck off, E.L. James. I don't ever wish death on anybody, but seriously, I hope you never write again. I will say that. I hope you never write again. I should have gotten vodka for tonight. Ugh. Good. I won't tell anyone. I love you so much, Anna, like my own sister. I just thought I didn't know what to think. I'm sorry. If you're happy, then I'm happy. She looks directly at Christian and repeats her apology. He nods at her, his eyes glacial, and his expression does not change. Oh shit, he's still mad. Does he think he's gonna spank Kate?
because I'm sure he could convince Anastasia that was necessary to their relationship. That she brings Kate over for dinner one evening and then tells her that, oh, by the way, Christian needs to spank you so that he feels safe about you and take pictures of him doing it so he knows you'll never rat him out. I could totally see this happening and her going along with it. Like pimps who break the first girl and then use her to recruit the second and the third. That's exactly what this is. Like, I'm telling you, within 5 years, Kate's gonna be in his fucking harem and having his second or third child when he knocks her up. Because he doesn't know how birth control works either, and he's an impatient fuckwad. I really am sorry. You're right, it's none of my business, she whispers to me. No, it is your business. If you think a friend of yours or a relative of yours or a friend of yours is being abused and hurt, it is your business. So get up in theirs. Like, this is why most abuse continues, because the person being abused, when somebody notices, they make excuses and tell the person to go away. Don't fucking go away. There's a knock on the door that startles Kate and I apart. Grace pokes her head around. Everything okay, darling? She asks Christian. Everything's fine, Mrs. Gray, Kate says immediately. Fine, Mom, Christian says. Good. Grace enters. Then you won't mind if I give my son a birthday hug. She beams at both of us, her hug tightening and he hugs her tightly and thaws immediately. Oh, so what, he likes her? I don't know. Happy birthday, darling, she says softly, closing her eyes in his embrace. I'm so glad you're still with us. Okay, she's having like mommy moment because he could have died yesterday, literally the day before his birthday. Ah, trite. Mom, I'm fine. Christian smiles down at her. She pulls back, looks at him closely, and grins. I'm so happy for you, she says, and caresses his face. He grins at her, his 1,000-megawatt smile. She knows. When did he tell her? Well, kids, if you've all finished your tete-a-tete, there's a throng of people here to check that you really are in one piece, Christian, and to wish you a happy birthday. I'll be right there. So they've invited a ton of people, even though it's established that his family does know that he has, I'm going to call them eccentricities, really they're signs of abuse and PTSD. He doesn't like large crowds. He doesn't like people paying attention to him. He doesn't like being the center of attention or the cause for a party. He doesn't like being touched. He doesn't like making small talk, shaking hands, being in crowds, or having people dote on him or pay attention to him or make him attempt to feel cared about, because he really doesn't. And so it just ends up being a burden and an annoyance, and it makes him, honestly, it's self-deprecating and self-reinforcing the negative for his family to do this. They really shouldn't be, because they're literally only making him worse, because this is self-reinforcing the worst things, not the best. And don't ask me to explain that right now because I'm too drunk and tired, but I can tell you, throwing elaborate birthday parties for people who don't want them or don't feel worthy, you're only making it fucking worse. You're not making it better. And I know the people doing it think they're like, oh, we'll show them they're really worthy of love because look at all the love and money and power and time and whatever we spent on them, and look, we made you this beautiful cake, so doesn't that mean you're loved? No, it doesn't. Shut the fuck up. Meet people where they fucking are and stop treating them like they are how you want them to be. That is how you just fuck up people more and make them tell you to fuck off because you never understood them in the first place. Stop pretending people are who you want them to be and meet them where they are. If his family actually gave a damn about him or understand him, they wouldn't do this. Because he doesn't want this. And I'm not making excuses for him. I'm saying I understand him as a character psychologically. And he doesn't want this elaborate, stupid party that you're going to make him put on a stupid, brave base for and attend. I'd fucking hate this too. And yes, I'd want to beat the fuck out of someone afterwards. Yes, if that person's my submissive to whatever physicality I like, and I can tie them up and literally whip them until they scream and bleed and then fuck them raw, yeah, I'm gonna do that after you make me put up with a stupid goddamn birthday party with a bunch of idiot people that I don't know, don't want to know, don't want to put up with, don't want to hear you singing happy birthday, and don't want to eat cake and smile for a bunch of bullshit photos that I know are fake as fuck. So yeah, that would make me so enraged and feel so disrespected and further abused in its own way. That yeah, I'd want to beat the fuck out of someone and fuck them raw until they screamed, and if they survived or didn't, I wouldn't care, because that is how bad you made me feel by doing this stupid thing. Not that this makes up for anything that he does or excuses anything that he does. I'm saying I get the point of view of hating this shit, and that families think by doing it they're somehow fixing it, but all you're doing is making it worse. Because again, meet people where they are. Stop pretending people are who you want them to be or who you think they should be. Get to know someone where they actually fucking are and meet them there and treat them like that. You'll get a hell of a lot further, trust me. And you'll be a better person for it. It's actually at a birthday party the first time I ever really knew that my mother would never understand me. And she was my last hope. I'd already given up on the rest of the family. I was like 6 or 7. I was turning 6 or 7. I already gave up on everybody else, but that was the moment that I knew that my mom, my last person who thought might understand me on planet Earth or actually take my side, never would because she didn't understand me either. That was when I knew I was going to have to fake my way through it until I could get the hell away from all of them. As it turned out, that would be less required than I thought because nobody gave a fuck like a year and a half later. So you don't have to fake when nobody gives a fuck. That at least is good. Grace smiles anxiously at Kate, and she seems reassured by our smiles. She winks at me as she holds the front door open for us, and Christian holds out his hand, and I take it. Christian, I really do apologize, Kate says humbly. For what? What the fuck is she apologizing for? She has nothing to apologize for, and quite frankly, she's not received a good answer other than being told, it's not what you think, and I can't talk about it right now, but shut up and never tell anyone again and pretend you're happy for me. I'm burning this entire chapter. Humble Kate is something to behold. Christian nods at her and we follow her out. In the hallway, I gaze anxiously up at Christian. Does your mother know about us? Yes. Oh. And to think our evening could have been derailed by the tenacious Miss Kavanagh. I shudder at the thought. The ramifications of Christian's lifestyle revealed to all. Who fucking cares? Nobody's gonna care! Billionaire Christian Grey is marrying Anastasia Steele, and by the way, he likes leather whips, cuffs, and chaps. No one cares! Well, that's an interesting start to the evening. I smile sweetly at him, and he glances down at me. And it's back, his amused look. Thank heavens. Gag me with a stick. As ever, Miss Steele, you have a gift for understatement. He raises my hand to his lips and kisses my knuckles as we walk into the living room to a sudden, spontaneous, and deafening round of applause. Crap, how many people are here? Again, his parents are stupid. I scan the room quickly. All the Greys. Ethan with Mia, Dr. Flynn and his wife, I assume. I'm sorry, Dr. Flynn is not one of the... So his therapist is there. Again, we have his therapist being blatantly unprofessional, and apparently now he has a wife. Fuck off. I assume. Or she's a paid whore. We don't know. There's Mac from the boat, a tall, handsome African American. I remember seeing him in Christian's office the first time I met Christian. Is that racist? I don't know. Mia's bitchy friend Lily. 2 women I don't recognize at all, and oh no, my heart sinks. That woman, Mrs. Robinson. Why in the fuck would she not be there? She's his mother's best friend, aside from everything else. She's his mother's best friend. That's why he knows her. So of course she's gonna be there. I'm sorry. She's gonna be the. I'm sorry. Again, go back to when they were fucking in the red room, and he has a finger up her ass, and she's coming like she's in a couple of porns I could name. That's where you end this. This book needed to end like 60 pages ago. This is all garbage designed to set up for like, oh my god, will they, won't they, after they're engaged. Go fuck yourself. You're not that good a writer. I'm still working on polishing part 5, but I do hope to have part 5 of my fan fiction available for anyone who wants it by next weekend. Friday is the deadline I have set for myself. I'm about 4.5 pages out of 20 through polishing. And this is the thing that took me 3 months to write because it kept triggering me so bad that I had to take multiple breaks and have breakdowns as I was writing it. I glossed over parts that I'm not going to have to fill in. And yet I've set myself the task of a week to do it because, yeah. That's me being a sadist against myself, which is the thing. Gretchen materializes with a tray of champagne. She's wearing a low-cut black dress, hair in an updo instead of pigtails. I'm sorry, somebody was wearing pigtails. I need to barf. Fluttering, flustering, and eyelashes at Christian. The applause dies down and Christian squeezes my hand as all eyes turn to him expectantly. So this is some idiot bimbo whore that is hoping he'll fuck her. Thank you, everyone. Looks like I'll need one of these. He grabs 2 drinks off Gretchen's tray and gives her a brief smile. I think Gretchen's going to expire or swoon. Honey, just shoot her in the head. Save her from herself. She's clearly a fucking bimbo. He hands a glass to me. Christian raises a glass to the rest of the room, and immediately everyone surges forward. Leading the charge is the evil woman in black. Does she ever wear any other color? Christian, I was so worried. Elena gives him a brief hug and kisses both cheeks. He doesn't let me go, despite the fact I try to free my hand. Okay, that's abusive. Somebody pulls their hand out of yours, you let go! I'm good, Elena, Christian murmurs coolly. Why didn't you call me? Her plea is desperate, her eyes searching his. I've been busy. Didn't you get my messages? Christian shifts uncomfortably and pulls me closer, putting his arm around me. His face remains impassive as he regards Elena. He can no longer ignore me, so she nods politely in my direction. Anna, she purrs. You look lovely, dear. Elena, I purr back. Thank you. I catch Grace's eye. She's frowning, watching the 3 of us. Elena, I need to make an announcement, Christian says, eyeing her dispassionately. Her clear blue eyes cloud. Of course. She fakes a smile and steps back. Everyone, Christian calls. He waits for a moment until the buzz in the room dies down and all eyes are on him once more. Thank you for coming today. I have to say, I was expecting a quiet family dinner, so this is a pleasant surprise. So he didn't know they were throwing. Okay, I'm sorry. One of 2 things is true here. Either because he crashed his helicopter yesterday and a lot of people thought he was dead. If what he wanted, and we're assuming his family gives a fuck. I've literally, I hate to say, I have been Christian Grey in this situation. I have had the situation where I asked for my birthday to just have a small, quiet family, church family when I was there, blah, blah, long story, dinner with just them. That's all I wanted. And I get there and we had the nice family dinner and then people started arriving, which I wasn't told about. And they knew that I have social anxiety and that I don't do parties and I don't do unexpected. And I had made it abundantly clear to them because I had so much other shit. I was so overloaded with other shit at the time. I had a lawsuit that was on the verge of settling, for which I had to read hundreds of pages and didn't have time. I was in my final year of high school and facing exams that I didn't have fucking time for. I was being forced to get 11 credits in the time it should take to get 4. I was overloaded on all sides and bullshit, and they didn't fucking understand when I said all I want is a quiet dinner for one night and leave me the fuck alone. But they're stupid. And I'm sorry, but people who think they're helping or doing better, you're always the most stupid when you're going against what somebody directly told you. Seriously, when people tell you who they are, fucking listen. When somebody says all I want for my birthday is a quiet family dinner, fucking give them that, you goddamn idiots. It is not some secret plea that says please invite half the church over after dinner for dessert and have 4 people bring cakes because they thought you were too stupid to bake a cake, and then have all these people that I don't even care about and don't want to see show up, and then I have to put on goddamn smart smiling face and pretend I care. I don't care. I didn't want this. You're wasting my time. All I wanted was a quiet dinner and then go home because I have 400 pages to read tonight, you idiots. Stop thinking you know what somebody needs or what's best for them, or, oh, once they see a big elaborate birthday party, they'll see how much we care. Shut up! No, they won't. All you see is that you're abusing them in public. They don't want this. So no, it's not about people who care. Plus, I guarantee you, everyone there is a friend of their parents. It's like my mother's funeral. Everyone there is a friend of the parents, or in my case, the grandparents. None of them actually knew my mother. That's why I heard at least 20 different people, because my grandparents were standing at the front, accepting sympathy or whatever. I don't even know what the fuck I don't understand funerals, okay? I don't. I understand the ritual of it. It's stupid. I hated it. I didn't want to have one. They made me. And they were standing at the front, and all these people who only know them walked on them. I'm 17 years old, by the goddamn way. I'm 17 fucking years old. And everybody who approached my grandparents, because they were only their friends and never knew their children, said, oh, where's Susie's daughter? My mother's name. Where's Susie's daughter? They had to whisper and say, where's Susie's daughter? Because they wanted to pay their condolences to me as their only daughter that I just lost my mother. But none of them knew who the fuck I was. They hadn't seen my mother since she was a little girl in school. So they didn't know what the fuck she looked like as an adult. They didn't know she had a daughter or what her daughter looked like or who I was. So I'm sorry when when everybody who is at a funeral is only there because they're friends of your grandparents and they all have to ask, oh, where's Susie's daughter so I can pay my condolences? Fuck you. It's not a goddamn funeral. That's exactly why my mother didn't want one. Like the one, she told me 3 things when she died because she knew she was going to die several times, years before she did. But she made me promise her exactly 3 things. One, she wanted to be cremated, which because the grandparents were Catholic was an issue. So thankfully they didn't fight me on that. Thank fucking Christ, because I really don't know what I would have done. I really don't know what I would have done if they had at the time. Thankfully they didn't. 2, she said she didn't want her ashes buried anywhere but the city that we currently live in. She didn't want them taking her ashes to the city that they live in to put in like a family crypt kind of situation. She said highly no to that. And her biggest thing was don't spend money on me after I'm dead. She's like, it's stupid. Funerals are stupid. They cost $10,000 and they're utterly ridiculous. They're for the people who's left, but there's other ways that don't cost $10,000 to grieve somebody. And she's like, it's stupid to spend money on me after I'm dead. Don't spend $10,000 on a fucking coffin that's going to be buried in the ground. That's ridiculous. And you know what? She's right. This, of course, led to one of the greatest fights in my family like 4 years later, which was not my fault, but somehow everybody yelled at me for it because they're surprised that a 17-year-old didn't have $6,000 to put ashes in a hole in the wall. This came up like 4 years later. Somehow my grandparents' names got on something stupid. And it basically, yes, my mother was cremated, but I never picked up her ashes because grief. Even though I paid $400 that I didn't have to put her ashes in an urn of some kind, which is the wrong urn. They fucked it up. They didn't do what I said. But I never picked it up because, again, grief. I paid for it. I never picked it up. 4 years later, they somehow called my grandmother and said basically they were going to like dispose of her ashes if they weren't interred somewhere. To which I said, let them. It's fucking stupid. I already feel bad that I spent $400 that's already directly against my mother's wishes, and you don't want to know what I had to do to get that money because she certainly wouldn't have approved of her daughter doing that to pay for a place to put ashes. And so I didn't care. But then I got series of phone calls from everyone else in my family yelling at me that I was disgusting and I was making her grandmother cry because I wouldn't pay $4,000 that I didn't have to put ashes in a hole in the wall. To which I responded to my family saying, fine, you want to pay that shit? Go ahead. I don't care. I officially don't care. I will tell them to release the ashes to you. You want to pay $4,000 to put them in a hole in the wall? Fine, but you'll do it here. Because again, my mother's second criteria, you will not take my ashes to their city. You will bury me where I died and in the city that I lived in. I stood by that. My grandparents did, as it turns out, pay, I'm not kidding, $4,000. 4 years later, 4 years after her death, after I paid for the urn that apparently got picked up, to put my mother's ashes in a hole in the wall in West Chapel Cemetery, which is gigantic. I've never been there. I've never seen it. I don't even know if they spelled her name right because I was specific about that. She didn't like, the name Sue, Susie, Susan. There's variations. There's ones my mom liked and didn't like. I don't even know if they put the one she liked on whatever plate is in front of it. I've never been there. I don't care. I will never go there. It's a disgusting waste of space. It's a disgusting waste of money. It's stupid and useless and it has no point. I think cemeteries should not exist, personally. I think they're stupid. I think they're a disgusting waste of space and probably a biohazard. But it's ridiculous how much money we spend on people when they're dead. Fucking burn the body, scatter the ashes, be done with it. People used to understand how to grieve. Now we spend tens of thousands of dollars on fucking a piece of marble with a name on it that's going to go in the ground that nobody's ever going to pay attention to. Like, I'm sorry, but this is one of the most disgusting things in human history is that we do this. But I have 18 pages to read and I'm not drunk enough, so here we go.
Thank you for coming today. I have to say, I was expecting a quiet family dinner, so this is a pleasant surprise. He stares pointedly at Mia, who grins at him and gives a little wave. Excuse me. Christian shakes his head in exasperation and continues. Roz and I, he acknowledges the red-headed woman standing nearby with a small, bubbly blonde. We had a close call yesterday. She's at this party and not like in bed again, she'd be racked. So I'm especially glad to be here today to share this with all of you. My very good news. This beautiful woman, he glances down at me, Miss Anastasia Rose Seal, seriously, has consented to be my wife, and I'd like you all to be the first to know. So this is getting tweeted out immediately. Thank you for asking her if it was okay to announce it, by the way. There are general gasps of astonishment and the odd cheer, and then a round of applause. Geez, this is really happening. I think I'm the color of Kate's dress. Christian grasps my chin, lifts my lips, and kisses me quickly. Public act of possession much? He'll soon be mine. Ah! I'm sorry, but my uterus just slapped him. You'll soon be mine, says the guy who has said you are mine. Which, by the way, let's just remind everybody, these official 50 Shades handcuffs, because somebody sent them to me as a joke, actually say, you are mine, a period after every word. They say you are mine on them. I'm trying to get this to read for fuck, and it ain't reading. Okay, okay. I hope everyone, can you see the words? It's there. It's etched into it. I'm sorry it's not reading better. I'm sorry it's not reading better, but I'm trying. But it says you are mine is what it says. And that's on the official 50 Shades handcuffs. I already am, I whisper. Legally, he mouths at me and gives me a wicked grin. Again, please watch the SVU episode, Downloaded Child. I think it's in episode 15. Listen to what recurring actor, very great actor. I love him so much. I wish I remembered his name. I'm sorry I don't remember your name. The guy who plays the kind of wannabe husband, when he's talking about what he can do because they're married, that whole scene, copy paste that dialogue to now. And again, shout out to that actor. He's amazing. I'm sorry he always plays the bad guy or a creep, because he looks like a really great actor who I get the impression he's like really funny in real life. But yeah, I can't remember. I don't know his name. I really don't know his name. I'd love to give him a shout out for being fantastic. Because again, there's a way to play the creepy evil guy without actually like being evil, and he plays like idiot creepy so well. And again, he's been in Law and Order before. Like Dick Wolf likes to reuse actors. He thinks of, as long as it's like 3 years apart, nobody will remember that they played a completely different character before. This is before streaming, and you could binge watch everything. But yeah. But that, again, watch that episode. So much of it applies in the last 4 chapters of this book. Entirely. Lily, who is standing beside Mia, looks crestfallen. Gretchen looks like she's eaten something nasty and bitter. As I glance anxiously around the assembled crowd, I catch sight of Elena. Her mouth is open. She's stunned, horrified even. And I can't help a small but intense feeling of satisfaction to see her dumbstruck. What the hell is she doing here anyway? So literally multiple women. This is the wedding scene from Ever After, where like women are crying and dying because the prince is about to marry the crying Spanish girl and then doesn't. This is that. It's like, oh my god, the prince is marrying someone else. I thought he might notice me, even though he's never noticed me in his entire life, and I'm a stupid fucking slut whore. Like, Kark and Grace interrupt my uncharitable thoughts, and soon I'm being hugged and kissed and passed around by all the Greys. How about get your hands the fuck off me? Really?
bodily autonomy, not her thing. I get it. Oh, Anna, I'm so delighted you're going to be family. Grace gushes. The change in Christian. He's happy. I'm so thankful too. So the whole family is going in on the fact that she is just his fucking muse, and your existence and the fact that he gets to violently rape you until you die is curing his mental illness, or at least giving temporary relief so he's not such an insufferable evil bastard to be around to the rest of us. That's what this is. But again, worst therapist ever, because he literally said you're the cure to mental illness. Fucking A. You know, if I sounded half this stupid when I was in a relationship like last year and I was online, if I sounded half this stupid because I was in a relationship and I was happy, somebody please let me know and then slap me really hard in the face. So I'll remember never to be that stupid again, even if I am happy in a relationship. I was never this fucking stupid, or at least I hope so. If you have proof that I was, please show me and then beat me hard so I don't ever do it again. This change in Christian, he's happy. I'm so thankful to you. I blush embarrassed by her exuberance, but secretly delighted too. Where's the ring? Exclaims Mia as she embraces me. A ring? Jeez? I hadn't even thought about a ring. I glance up at Christian. Yeah, seriously! Seriously! Where's the ring? Because this I agree with. Where's the ring, multi-billionaire dumbass? It better be a good one. It better be retirement money, because the ring is all she's going to have to sell if she leaves you before you murder her. We're going to choose one together. Christian glowers at her. That got decided when? I mean, I know what my perfect engagement ring looks like. It actually was featured in a movie. I didn't realize that until just last year. I was randomly watching it and just went like, oh my God, this movie that people make fun of has my perfect engagement ring in it. How did I never notice that? But it does. My perfect engagement ring is on film. Then I told that to the guy I was dating and we broke up like 3 days later. How about that? Oh, don't look at me like that, Gray, she scolds him and then wraps her arms around him. I'm so thrilled for you, Christian, she says. She's the only person I know who's not intimidated by the gray glower. It has me quailing. Doesn't quailing mean you're going to shoot quail? Well, it certainly used to. When will you get married? Have you set a date? She beams up at Christian. He shakes his head, his exasperation palpable. No idea. No, we haven't. Anna and I need to discuss all that, he says irritably. I hope you have a big wedding. Here. She beams enthusiastically, ignoring his caustic tone. Excuse me. We'll probably fly to Vegas tomorrow, he growls at her. And he's rewarded with a full-on Mia Gray pouty grimace. You don't know what that looks like. Rolling his eyes, he returns to Elliot, who gives him his second bear hug in as many days. Way to go, bro. He claps Christian on the back. Did they have a bet to see who could get the whore to agree to marry the studist? Because I'm saying maybe yes. Okay. Really hoping for a new duck tonight, but I guess it's not going to happen. So we will close out the book still at one duck. Where was I? For a few minutes, we make small talk. Rian is a stay-at-home mom with 2 young boys. I deduce she's the reason Dr. Flynn practices in the U.S. Where is I? I know I did. Okay, skip. I know Dr. Flynn would be here, Elena. It's a shock, and I recommend praying to see if they have anything to ask him. But a birthday party hardly seems like the appropriate venue for psychiatric conclusion. Oh, so she's like his. Do we know that?
Rihanna is a stay-at-home. Okay, so they're having a conversation. Hold on. She's good, Christian. Responding well to treatment. Another couple. Wait, I think I skipped a page. Wait, what? Okay, I don't know. Dr. Flynn and Christian's voices are low, but I can't help listening in rather rudely, tuning out Rehan. So it's all playdates and diapers right now. That must take up your time. I flushed, turning my attention back to Rehan, who's laughing sweetly. I know Christian and Flynn are discussing Layla. Oh. Is there a page cut out here? There might be a page cut out here. Because where? Ask her something from me, Christian murmurs. So what do you do, Anastasia? Anna, please, I work in publishing. Christian and Dr. Flynn lower their voices further, so it's frustrating. But they don't stop when they're joined by two women I don't recognize either. Ross and the bubbly blonde whom Christian introduces as her partner, Gwen. Fuck. I have no idea where we've gotten. We've gone into Bizarro world. Ross is charming, and they soon discover they live almost opposite Escala, and full of praise for Christian's piloting skills. It was her first time in Charlie Tango, and she says she wouldn't hesitate. Okay, I'm caught up. Roz is the person he was in the crash with, and that's her partner. Okay, and they're at the party. Okay, I'm a dumbass who's drunk. It's my fault. Okay, I was okay. She's one of the few women I met who isn't dazzled by him. Well, the reason is obvious. She's gay. Okay, so only gay women can resist Christian. Are you kidding me? How is there over 10 pages left of this? I'm gonna die. Gwen is giggling with a wry sense of humor, and Christian seems extraordinarily at ease with both of them. He knows them well. They don't discuss work. He's definitely fucked both of them in a three-way. But I can tell that Roz is a smart woman who easily kept up with him. She also has a grazed, throaty, too many cigarettes laugh. Because we had to degrade and demean her in some way. Grace interrupts our leisurely conversation to inform everyone dessert is being served buffet style in the gray kitchen. Slowly, the guests make their way towards the back of the house. Mia collars me in the hallway, her pale pink frothy baby doll dress and killer heels. She towers over me like a Christmas fairy. She's holding two cocktail glasses, and as she hisses conspiratorially, I glance up at Christian, who releases me with the best of luck. I find her impossible to deal with, too. Look, that's all hyphenated. And I sneak into the dining room with her. Here, she says mischievously, this is one of my dad's special lemon martinis, much nicer than champagne. She hands me a glass and watches anxiously while I take a tentative sip. Delicious but strong. What does she want? Is she trying to get me drunk? Yes, she's repeating you on Christian's behalf because it's his birthday, so he can fuck you up the ass and down your throat while you don't remember. Anna, I need some advice, and I can't ask Lily. She's so judgmental about everything. Mia rolls her eyes and grins at me. She's so jealous of you. I think she's hoping one day she and Christian might get together. Mia bursts out laughing at the absurdity, and I quell inside. I feel bad for whoever the fuck Lily is. I'm sure she's been mentioned before, but I feel bad for her because she's being laughed at as like, oh, as if you could be good enough. When in fact is she's probably a much better match than useless idiot whore, but that's not the book. Look, that sounded all wrong. He doesn't want to date because his sister is going out with my brother, but he thinks it's all kinds of incestuous. But I know he likes me. What can I do? Oh, I see, muttering, trying to buy myself some time. What can I say? Can you agree to be friends and give him some time? I mean, you've only just met him. She cocks her eyebrow. Look, I know I've only really just met Christian, but I frown and I'm not sure what to say. Mia, this is something you and Ethan have to work out together. I would try the friendship route. Mia grins. You've learned that look from Christian. Okay, so now we have the full fucking integration. Because apparently, yes, Elliot is Christian's brother and he's going to marry Kate. And now we have Mia lusting on Anastasia's friend Elliot, who I forgot existed. Because why does he exist? But apparently she wants to ride that D. If you want advice, ask Kate. She may have some insight as to how her brother feels. So now, yeah, we're going to get fully incestuous because we have Anastasia marrying Christian. We have Kate, Anastasia's roommate, marrying Christian's brother, Elliot.
And we have Christian Grey's sister Mia marrying what is it, Kate's brother? Is he Kate's wait, I missed a page. Hold on. I need a chart for the relationships because they're stupid. Yeah, then we have Mia, who is Christian's sister, wanting to bone and probably marry Kate's brother. So you have Kate marrying Christian's brother and Christian's sister marrying Kate's brother, and Christian and Anastasia together. That's the whole incestuous tree. Home stretch. You think? Mia asks. Yes, I smile encouragingly. Cool, thanks, Anna. She gives me another hug and scuttles excitedly and impressively, giving her high heels to the door, no doubt off to bother Kate. I take another sip of my martini and I'm about to follow her when I'm stopped in my tracks. Elena breezes into the room, her face taut, set in a grim, angry determination. She closes the door quietly behind her and scowls at me. Oh crap. Anna, she sneers. I summon all my self-possession, slightly fuzzy from 2 glasses of champagne and the lethal cocktail I hold in my hand. Wait. I think the blood is drained from my face, but I marshal both my subconscious and inner goddess, proving these are two different things. She is in fact schizophrenic, in order to appear as calm and unflappable as I can. Elena, my voice is small but steady, despite my dry mouth. Why does this woman freak me out so much? What does she want now? I want to offer you my heartfelt congratulations, but I think that would be inappropriate. Her piercing, cold blue eyes stare into mine, filled with loathing. I neither need nor want your congratulations, Elena. I'm surprised and disappointed to see you here. She arches an eyebrow. I think she's impressed. I wouldn't have thought of you as a worthy adversary, Anastasia, but you surprise me at every turn. I hadn't thought of you at all, I lied coolly. Christian would be proud. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much better things to do than waste my time with you. This is so out of character. I'm sorry, but Anastasia is not this fucking stand-up thing. She's a fucking mouse that curls into a corner and hides under the sink when Elena confronts her. And when Elena says, I'm going to give you $10,000 and here's a plane ticket to Aruba and you disappear and never come back, she does it. Because she's fucking worthless. Not so fast, Missy, she hisses, leaning against the door, effectively blocking it. What on earth do you think you're doing? Consenting to marry Christian. If you think for 1 minute you can make him happy, you're very much mistaken. What I'm consenting to do with Christian is none of your concern. I smile with sarcastic sweetness. She ignores me. By the way, why is the author suddenly using the word consenting? Because she's realized that everything leading up to this point was not. That so much of it is blatantly rape and criminally so. And I mean just outright blatant descriptions of rape are in this book, the first book and this one. And now she's overusing the word consent to say, like, in a retroactive fashion, which some countries allow, which I'm sorry, but that is a recipe for, like, get out of jail free cards for domestic violence, of saying, oh, yeah, at the time I very much considered it rape, but 3 days later, after he bought me a $20 million pink diamond ring, well, now I consider it consensual. The fact that that's legal and that's a legal loophole is fucking disgusting. Rape is still rape. The fact that he bought his way out of it later doesn't nullify the crime. And the fact that the law is willing to look the other way as long as the person is rich enough and they buy off the victim, like, No wonder justice is considered such a laughable word that doesn't exist. He has needs you cannot possibly begin to satisfy, she gloats. What do you know of his needs? I snarl. My sense of indignation flares brightly, burning inside me as adrenaline surges through my body. How dare this fucking bitch preach to me? She knows him better than you do, and she knows what his needs are. And fact is, she is the better partner for him. He should have married her and been done with it a long time ago. He'd be happier. And have someone he could do the things he wants to and wouldn't complain and wouldn't risk publicly ruining his life. Again, she's an abuser, but looking at it right now, you're nothing but a sick child molester, and if it were up to me, I'd toss you in the seventh circle of hell and walk away smiling. Now get out of my way, or do I have to make you? Again, nothing in the character of Anastasia Steele says she's capable of this. This isn't her. This is why I don't care. This is bullshit. This is not her character. She's not doing this. She's not capable of this. This is garbage. This is utter garbage. So I'm going to skip large parts of this because there's like 5 pages left and then I'm done with this shit. Because none of this is in character and none of this is in keeping. So I'm not going to read most of it. And I'm telling you right now, I'm skipping paragraphs. I'm skipping pages. This is bullshit. Because it's that level of bullshit. It's not earned. It's not the character. I'm not going to fucking waste my time. I'm tired. I'm not drunk enough. And I'm going to get to the end of this as fast as I can. Don't you dare tell me what I'm getting myself into, I shouted at her. When will you learn it's none of your goddamn business? She gasped at me, horror struck, wiping the sticky drink, she threw a drink in her face, off her face and lunges at me suddenly shunted forward. The door opens. Christian standing in the doorway. It takes him a nanosecond to assess the situation. Excuse me. Me, ashen and shaking, her soaked and livid. Her lovely face darkens and contorts into anger as he comes to stand between us. Excuse me. What the fuck are you doing, Elena? He says, his voice glacial and laced with menace. So he's threatening to murder her? She's not right for you, Christian, she whispers. What? He shouts, startling both of us. I can't see his face, but his whole body is tense and radiates animosity. How the fuck do you know what's right for me? See, this is him saying you're a rapist cunt, Elena, and all my anger is coming out and he wants to murder her, which he should. But I told you before, this is none of your fucking business, he roars. Oh crap. Very angry Christian, his rears not so ugly head. People are going to hear. Who cares? I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck what goes on in public. I don't. What is this? He pauses, glaring at her. Do you think it's you? You? You think you're right for me? His voice is soft but drips contempt, and suddenly I don't want to be here. But I don't want to witness this intimate encounter. I'm intruding, but I'm stuck. My limbs are unwilling to move. So she's what? Claiming to be catatonic? No, you're an idiot who wants to overhear the stupid fight. It was the best thing that ever happened to you, she hisses arrogantly at him. Look at you now, one of the richest, most successful entrepreneurs in the United States. Controlled, driven, you need nothing. You are a master of your universe. Name drop. He steps back as if he's been struck and gapes out in disbelief. Okay, I'm sorry. If he's about to say, I did that, I made myself. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You're an angry little rage machine that was going to end up in jail. So, yes, she did have a lot to do with making you successful. Does that negate her abuse? No. Does it make her loving instead of abusive? No. Does it make her not worthy of being in jail? No. Did she have an effect and lead him in a positive way instead of a jail one into building a business? Yes. Yes, she did. And that's a fact. Fact is, both good and bad things can be true at the same time. Is she abusive? Yes. Is she a pedophile? Yes. Did she keep him from spending the rest of his life in jail or dying of drugs and focus his rage into building something productive? Yes. I don't deny any of that. Should she still be in jail? Yes. Should she be part of his life? No. Like, is any of this worthy of reading? No. You taught me how to fuck, Elena, but it's empty, like you. No wonder Link left. Seriously, her husband's name is Link, Linc? No, I want to vomit in a whole other way. There's like 3 people on planet Earth that'll understand how. I need to message somebody just for bullshit's sake. Wow. Pile rises in my mouth. I should not be here, but I'm frozen to the spot. Morbidly fascinated as they eviscerate each other. That's not what's going on. Time seems suspended as we collectively take a deep, gasping breath, and Grace suddenly stalks deliberately into the room, her eyes blazed with fury, never once leaving Elena. Oh, wait, I skipped a scene. She narrows her eyes. Love is for fools, Christian. Get out of my house. Grace's implacable, furious voice startles. Three heads swing rapidly to where Grace stands on the threshold of the room. She's glaring at Elena, who pales beneath her Saint-Tropez tan. Seriously, bitch. Skipping ahead. Take your filthy paws off my son, you whore, and get out of my house now. She hisses through gritted teeth. Elena clutches her reddened cheek and stares in horror for a moment, shocked and blinking at Grace. Then she hurries from the room, not bothering to close the door behind her. I'm skipping down. Everything okay, Anna? Ross interrupts me. Yes, fine, thank you, Ross smiles. I'm just going to get my purse. I need a cigarette. I pause, brief for a moment, and contemplate joining her. I'm off to the bathroom. I need to gather my wits and thoughts and process what I've just witnessed and heard. It seems the safest place to be on my own. I watch Roz stroll into the dining room and I bolt 2 stairs at a time to the second floor and then up to the third. There's only one place I want to be. She's going to. I opened the door to Christian's childhood bedroom and shut it behind me, taking a huge gulping breath, heading for his bed. I plop onto it and stare at the plain white ceiling. Holy cow, that has to be it, without doubt, one of the most excruciating confrontations I've ever had to endure, and now I feel numb. My fiancé, ex-lover, no would-be bride should have to see that. Having said that, part of me is glad she's revealed her true self and that I get to be there to bear witness. I'm sorry, you're too stupid to exist, and I'm skipping several pages because I'm tired and I want to go to bed and I need this over. And also, this is too stupid to exist, and none of it matters. It's not fucking worth it. So, like, my subconscious tuts at me, arms crossed, glaring over half moon glasses. Why are you torturing yourself? You said yes. You've made your bed. I pursed my lips at her. Yes, I have. Gladly so. I want to lie in that bed with Christian for the rest of my life. My inner goddess, sitting in the lotus position, smiles serenely. Yes, I've made the right decision. I must find him. Christian will be worried. Yeah, God forbid you need a moment after seeing his mother confront his rapist abuser. Nah, he'll think I've fled. I roll my eyes and contemplate his overreaction. I hope he and Grace have finished. I shudder to think what else she might have said to him. I meet Christian as he climbs the stairs to the second floor, looking for me. His face is strained and wary, not the carefree 50 I arrived with. I stand on the landing. He stops at the top of the stairs, so we're eye to eye. Hi, he says cautiously. Hi, I answer warily. I was worried. I know, I interrupt him. I'm sorry, I couldn't face the festivities. I just had to get away, to think. Reaching up, I caress his face. He closes his eyes and leads his hand in mine. So you thought you'd do that in my room? Yes. So she's supposed to be contemplating what? She knew this. She knew this, she knew this, she knew this. Like, she's the only person who doesn't have the right to be surprised by anything right now.
He reaches for my hand and pulls me into an embrace, and I go willingly into his arms. My favorite place in the whole world. He smells of fresh laundry, body wash, and Christian, the most calming and arousing scent on the planet. He inhales with his nose in my hair, and I'm picturing Claude Farlow again because I will every time that he does that. Like 5 pages left. I got fire. I didn't bring a candle. God damn it. I'm sorry you had to endure all that. It's not your fault, Christian. Why was she here? No, it is his fault. In a lot of ways, this confrontation is his fault. The abuse is not, but this is. He gazes down at me, his mouth curls apologetically. She's a family friend. I try not to react. Not anymore. How's your mom? Mom's pretty fucking mad at me right now. I'm really glad you're here and that we're in the middle of a party. Otherwise, I might be breathing my last. Okay, so here we go. He's anticipating that his mother would, like, disown him or murder him for having fucked her mother's best friend. So, yeah. And he's interpreting the mother's response as bearing that out. So, yeah, no wonder he wants to, like, make a life with somebody else and get away from this shit. I disowned all my family like 15 years ago. Like, some of you know, my grandfather passed away last year. They didn't tell me for 9 months and only told me because I was named in the will and they legally had to. And I tried to keep in touch with a couple of them. Don't ask me why. I think it's just instinct or stupid, or really just to see what would happen. And guess what? The second the legal issues were settled and all the checks have been sent and everything was signed off on, blah, 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 and everything was legally cleared, I've never heard from any of them since. It was fucking bullshit then, it's bullshit now. They don't give a flying fuck about me, they never will. Never did when I was part of them or since the day I was born. Like, I'm one of those people that was born into a family that didn't want me and made no secret of that. So probably, like, the day I wrote them all and said I'm disowning all of you because you do nothing but abuse me and you don't deserve me, was probably the happiest day for some of them because they were finally rid of me. They never wanted me to be part of the family in the first place. Like, literally, we were at my uncle's funeral once, and I remember this so clearly. And a couple other members of my family actually noticed, the younger ones, my generation, where my uncle was taking pictures of everyone. We were all sitting around the living room. Don't ask me why. Like, at my uncle's funeral covered like 4 days, so we were all stuck with each other for a long time. And we were just sitting around the living room, and he was taking pictures, and I was dressed particularly nice that day, and he glanced over me, and I was like, "Hey, take my picture. I look nice," and like did a pose, and he suddenly looks down at his digital camera. My uncle works in cameras, by the way. He worked for several camera companies as a high-powered CEO. He came up like selling cameras. He knows about cameras. And he looks down at his digital camera and says, "Well, I don't know if I have enough film. I only got a couple shots left." He literally refused to take my picture as being part of the family group while we were sitting there grieving my uncle, while claiming he had limited film on his digital camera. These are the people I'm related to. And that was quite polite compared to 90% of what I got for the 4 days I was stupid enough to show up. Literally, I should have just shown up the day of the funeral, attended, signed the book, and fucked off without anyone knowing I was even in the family. That would have been a lot better. It's not your fault, Christian. Why was she here? She's a family friend, blah, blah. I feel liberated. He shrugs and then beams a glorious, carefree Christian smile, and the wariness and strain present moments ago have vanished. Really? I beam back. Wow, I'd crawl over broken glass for that smile. Our business relationship is over. Done. I frown at him. Will you liquidate the salon business? He snorts. I'm not that vindictive, Anastasia. He admonishes. No, I'll gift them to her. I'll talk to my lawyer Monday. I owe her that much. I arch an eyebrow at him. No more Mrs. Robinson. His mouth twists in amusement and he shakes his head. Gone. I grin. Okay, so now that his mommy knows he was getting some with her best friend, which I'm putting this in the terms that he would. Do I think she's a pedophile who deserves in jail? Yes. Does he see it that way? No. So I'm seeing it from his point of view, which is now that mommy found out, he has to pretend to disown her, but he's still going to give her the business that he basically bought for her.
So, yeah, she comes out ahead in the end. And then in the movie, there's like a 1 second shot that implies like she was secretly behind everything, her and her husband, behind trying to destroy Christian Grey and murder Anastasia Steele. But the movie never even follows up on it or says if it's even true. It's just a bunch of bullshit. I don't know if the book bears that up. I never got to that part. We'll see. Maybe she's the real villain and the movie fucked up because the real villain in the movie is two people who, when you see who they are, everyone's like, who the fuck are they? Because they were in a collective 30 seconds of the previous two movies, including this one, previous three movies, including the one they were revealed in, and nobody knows who the fuck they are. Rightly so. Excuse me, Duppy Nose. I'm sorry you've lost a friend. He smirks again. Are you? No, I confess, flushing. Come. He stands and offers me his hand. Let's join the party in our honor. I might even get drunk. Do you get drunk? I ask as I take his hand. Not since I was a wild teenager. He walks down the stairs. Have you eaten? He asks. Oh crap. No. Well, you should. From the look and smell of Elena, that was one of my father's lethal cocktails he threw at her. He gazes at me, trying and failing to keep the amusement off his face. So even now, he's still being an abusive jagoff. And the puppy is here and he has stuff on his nose that he definitely needs a bath. He needs a bath. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay, let me finish, and before I light things on fire, I'll pet you. Lay down on your pillow. Lay down on the pillow. Yeah, good boy. Yes, good boy. Lay down on the pillow, okay? 2 pages. 2 pages. Then I'll cuddle you, okay? 2 pages. Stay. Good night, John. Rayan. Congratulations again, Anna. You two will be just fine. Dr. Flynn smiles kindly at us, standing arm in arm in the hallway as he and Rayan take their leave. Good night. Christian closes the door and shakes his head. He gazes down at me in excitement, his eyes suddenly bright. What's this? Just the family left. I think my mother's had too much to drink. Grace is singing karaoke on some game console in the family room. Kate and Mia are giving her a run for her money. Okay, so now we've flash forwarded several hours. I prayed you'd come back alive. Alright. As we make our way up the steps to the lawn, I take off my shoes. The half moon shines brightly over the bay. It's brilliantly casting everything in myriad shadows of gray as the lights of Seattle twinkle in the distance. The lights of the boathouse are on, a soft glowing beacon to the cool cast of the mood. Christian, I'd like to go to church tomorrow. Oh? I prayed you'd come back alive and you did. It's the least I could do. There's never been any specific mention of religion in this. We wander hand in hand in a relaxed silence for a few moments, then something occurs to me. Where are you going to put the photos Jose took of me? I thought we might put them in the new house. You bought it? He stops to stare at me, his voice full of concern. Yes, I thought you liked it. I do. When did you buy it? Yesterday morning. Now we need to decide what to do with it. He murmurs relieved. How about you fix it up and you resell it? Don't knock it down, please. It's such a lovely house. It just needs some tender loving care. Christian glances at me and smiles. Okay, I'll talk to Elliot. He knows a good architect. She did some work on my place in Aspen. He can do the remodeling. Okay, he just said he and she, referring to the same person. I remember the last time you took me to the boathouse. Christian chuckles quietly. Oh, that was fun. In fact, he stops suddenly and scoops me over his shoulder, and I squeal, though we don't have far to go. The last time was not fun. The last time you were so terrified that he was about to violently rape you that you started giving him sex in a less violent way to cajole him and wound up like getting caught after basically getting on your knees and begging him not to violently beat you and rape you by giving him less violent sex. That was the last trip to the boathouse, just to put it in perspective. You were really angry with me, if I remember correctly, I guess. She does. Anastasia, I'm always really angry. No, you're not. He swats my behind as he stops outside the wooden door. He slides me down his body back to the ground and takes my head in his hands. So he's literally got her on his knees and he's now controlling her head.
And after he said, I'm angry all the time. Correct. Correct. He's a walking rage machine all the time. But for now, she has the ability to quell it temporarily because he takes it out on her in violent torrents, as this is about to be. But we're about to think that it's sweet. He gazes down at me, and in the glow of the strip of the light coming from inside the boathouse, I can see he's anxious. My anxious man. Not a white knight or a dark knight, but a man. Did the dark, I was just thinking, did the Dark Knight come out right around the, yes it did, yes it did, yes it did. I reach up and caress his face, running his fingers through his sideburns and along his jaw to his chin, then let my index finger touch his lips. He relaxes. The book is literally falling apart. These pages, like, I can see the seams on them, they're falling out. I've something to show you in here, he murmurs and opens the door. The harsh light of the fluorescence illuminates an impressive motor launch on the dock, bobbing gently on the dark water. There's a rowboat beside it. This is what I'm going to use to dispose of your body after I strangle you on my dick. Come on. Christian takes my hand and leads me up the wooden stairs. Opening the door at the top, he steps aside to let me in. My mouth drops. The attic is unrecognizable. The room is filled with flowers. There are flowers everywhere. Someone has created a magical bower of beautiful wild meadow flowers mixed with glowing Christmas lights and miniature lanterns that glow soft and pale all around the room. The movie did this better. His face whips around to meet mine and he's gazing at me, his expression unreadable. He shrugs. You wanted hearts and flowers, he murmurs. I blink at him, not quite believing what I'm seeing. Oh, that he got out his credit card and told someone to do this? He doesn't mean it. And he doesn't understand it, as he just told you. And here are the flowers, I whisper, completing his sentence. Christian is lovely. I can't think of what else to say. My heart is in my mouth as tears prick my eyes. I would tell him, you're not buying your way out of this with your credit card. So please donate these to charity so someone can appreciate them, because I certainly don't. And then I would turn and leave immediately. From his inside jacket pocket, he produces a ring and gazes up at me, his eyes bright gray and raw and full of emotion. Anastasia Steele, I love you. I want to love and cherish and protect you for the rest of my life. Be mine always. Share your life with me. Marry me. Swallow the ring and then run. I blink down at him as my tears fall. My 50, my man. I love him so, and all I can say is that the tidal wave of emotion that hits me is yes. His grin, relieved, and slowly slides the ring on my finger. It's beautiful. An oval diamond and a platinum ring. Whoa, it's big. Big, yet simple, and stunning in its simplicity. Do we ever actually see the engagement ring in the movies? I'm not sure we do. Kind of missed opportunity there. I mean, for marketing and for whoever jeweler made it to promote themselves. Oh, Christian, I sobbed, suddenly overwhelmed with joy, and I joined him on my knees, my fingers fisting in his hair as I kissed him. Kiss him with all my heart and soul. I kissed this beautiful man who loves me as I love him, and he wraps his arms around me, his hands moving to my hair, his mouth on mine. I know deep down I will always be his and he'll always be mine. We've come so far together in 5 weeks. We have so far to go, but we're made for each other. We're meant to be. And that's the actual end of the book. She really should have put epilogue here because we have a page and a half left. And this really is the epilogue. That is the end of Anastasia and Christian. That's the end of the book right there. But there's a page and a half left because the movie definitely harped on this. The cigarette end glows brightly in the darkness as he takes a pull. The blow of smoke out in a long exhale, finishing with 2 smoke rings that dissolve in front of him, pale and ghostly in the moonlight. He shifts in his seat board and takes a quick shot of cheap bourbon from the bottle wrapped in shabby brown paper before resting it back between his thighs. He can't believe he's still on the trail. His mouth twists in a sardonic sneer. Stop using that word, you dumbass bitch. You don't understand what it means. The helicopter had been a rash and bold move. One of the most exhilarating things he'd ever done in his life. But to no avail. He rolls his eyes ironically. Who would have thought the son of a bitch could actually fly the fucker? Well, he does have a license, you idiot.
He snorts. They have underestimated him. They. If Gray thought for 1 minute he'd go whimpering quietly into the dusk, that prick didn't know jack shit. If they had It had been the same all his life, people constantly underestimating him. Just a man who reads books. Fuck that. A man with a photographic memory who reads books. Oh, the things he learned. Things he knows. He snorts again. Yeah, about you, Gray. The things I know about you. So fucking steal his emails from the office, like you said, you claim to have copies. Fucking blackmail him for $1 million and then fuck off. Seriously. Too bad for the kid who worked his ass off to go through college and got into publishing. No, all that's fucked. But because of Gray and his little bitch. He scowls at the house as if it represents everything he despises, but there's nothing doing. The only drama had been the stacked blonde broad in black, teetering down the driveway in tears before she climbed into the white CLK and fucked off. CLK, I guess it's some kind of car. I don't know. Please tell me. He chuckles mirthlessly and then winces. Fuck his ribs. Still sore from the swift kicking Gray's henchman delivered. So it proved Taylor beat the fuck out of him, but not well enough. He replays the scene in his mind. You fucking touch Miss Steele again, I'll fucking kill you. That motherfucker will get it good too. Yeah, get what's coming to him. He settles back in his seat, looking like it's gonna be a long night. He'll stay, watch, and wait. He takes another drag off his Marlboro Red. His chance will come. His chance will come soon. End of book. And we're not even told who this is, but it's Jack Hyde, and they reveal it in the movies. Again, cut the last 60 pages of this shit. This is fucking bullshit nobody needs. It should have stopped with them in bed. This is a waste of time, waste of paper. But now that we've been through all this, let's set fire to some things, because that's what we're all here for. All right, last 5 minutes. Get your fire in now. Okay, I got a bowl. I got water. It'll be okay. So, here we go. We're going to burn some pages to celebrate. Because we done this, bitch. We done this entire goddamn book. Somehow. And it's all okay now. And this lighter fucking sucks. Wait, I have a candle. Wait, I want to light a candle with it so I have something to light pages off. I'm only going to burn 4 or 5. But we have to do it. It's tradition. I'll fix the title in the... I'll fix the title later. Come on, later. Come on. Ah! Okay. I'm holding the candle. It's dripping. But look. Haha. We burn. Burn, baby, burn. And it deserves it. Woohoo! Halloween! 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 Love my Halloween. Why is this candle burning so much? Woohoo! Kitty is gonna be pissed at me. I'm hanging the candle on the bowl. Trying to hang the candle. The candle's on fire. Okay, actually I had to blow the candle out because it was more on fire because it has glitter on it. It's cheap candle. Okay, so what we're just gonna do is we're gonna burn a few pages just for fun because we earned it. We earned this goddamn shit and it smells fantastic. That didn't burn well enough and now there's wax all over my desk because the candle was falling apart and not burning correctly. And so I won't be using those for my next birthday. So let's just... Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Come on, please. This is what I didn't want to happen. There we go. Fire. All right. We're going to burn 4 or 5 more pages because this book deserves it. It's disgustingly awful. He's bad to the end. Elena's bad. Everyone's bad. His mother is fucking bad because she doesn't call the police or some shit. Or like, fucking A. Like, yeah, God forbid somebody molests your child. You find out that he was raped as a teenager by your best friend. I tried to light that before it went out. It didn't happen. It smells so good in here right now.
let's burn, maybe burn all this stupid shit and all of its stupid messages and horrible images to young women of what to expect or accept in a relationship, of beating and rape and abuse and emotional tolerance and what being an abused child does to you, which this book does not understand properly and exploits and says makes you a sadist and a murderer, according to this. That's very fiery. Yes, there we go. There we go. Yes. Let's play with fire. Couple more pages. Couple more. Oh, everything went out too fast. No, 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 flames. No, I need flames. No. Why is it I can burn these pages and they're still completely legible? How hot is the bowl? Okay. Touching with the fingertips because it's really hot. Okay, but look. You can still read these. You can see the text lines. Ah! Oops. It's not on fire. Look, you can still read. You can still read all these pages. It's made of indestructible material, is what it is. So a couple more pages, then we're going to call it a night. Not that anybody's watching. There's literally nobody here, so I can burn all I want. All right. Last round of burning 50 Shades Darker. I will do a full burn video, of course. But we finished the book, so let's celebrate a little bit. I fucking earned it. I didn't earn a second duck, but I earned this. So goodbye to Christian and 50 Shades and Anastasia and Elena and Mia and Ethan and Elliot and Jose and Gray and Karik and everybody else in these stupid ass books that doesn't fucking understand shit and is meant to be like relationship fuel for how to be abused and die 101. Like, oh my god, this is way too. The fire is a little much. Oh well. Okay, got a little hot, but that's why you use a metal bowl. Yes, there's a lot of smoke. It's okay. It's okay. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. It's all fine. But thank you everyone for being here. Thank you everyone who donated tonight, which was no one, but thank you anyway for being here. Hope you all had a great time. Hope I was entertaining and at least made you laugh, because that's the point. I hope you'll be here next week when we will start on, dear God help me, 50 Shades Freed, the final book of the series, before I read the whole thing again from Christian's point of view, because somehow I agreed to do this on the internet and am compulsively doing it against my own better interest. But I hope you all had a good time. Please love on yourselves, love a fur baby. Thank you for being here. I have been Insane Lane, and this has been Book Club. Thank you very much. Goodbye.